Hey, Purple. How? Oh, okay, so you jumped on there for just a little bit. All right, now I've got nobody watching, of course. I'm not showing anyone on TikTok. That's so weird. I think I might have to close down my broadcast here and restart it completely. Of course, it's early in the day, so
9 cents of every dollar fund our public health and awareness programs, global research efforts, state and federal advocacy initiatives, and program services and supports across the lifespan from diagnosis to adulthood, right? Because autism doesn't end when you become an adult, it's a lifetime thing.
she hasn't
So,
cited
yeah,
one
I
real
mean,
thing yet.
we use the money in a way that's, very respectful of our donors. And I'm not saying that,
That
I mean, I'm
is
saying
not
that,
true at all. Not when millions and millions of dollars are being given in bonuses and only less than $400,000. And you more than likely got kickbacks from that $400,000 because you actually are autistic. So, more than likely, Autism Speaks gave you yet another kickback by paying for your kid's school and paying for your son's diagnosis out of that very fund that you were talking about that they actually give to actually autistic people. You were probably one of those grant recipients. I'm surprised you didn't mention it.
as someone who work at Autism Speaks, but like I was telling you, we have a great rating with the Better Business Bureau. And
And that's because you do your paperwork right, and it is not taking into account complaints. Nor can you actually complain very easily against the Better Business Bureau because if you put in Autism Speaks, it will not let you complain against them at all. Just because you do your paperwork right, and that's what they're looking at, does not have anything to do with how their reputation.
we just got that 4-star rating, which is the highest from Charity Navigator, which is really the gold standard and the highest you can get. So
Once again, once again, and Charity Navigator. Let's look at Charity Navigator. Okay, this is not. This is where is Charity Navigator? Nope. Okay, I might have to. I don't. Maybe I don't have it. Whoops. Accountability and finance, leadership, culture and community, and nothing connectedness to the community it serves. Are you kidding me? They have no idea. Somebody's been paid off or something. I mean, come on. There is no way that I've got to call them. I'm going to try calling them right now. I am literally going to try calling these folks. Oops. I doubt they're going to talk to me.
Thank you for calling Autism Speaks. If you know the extension
Oh,
you
nope, that's Autism Speaks. I want Charity
dial it at any time.
Navigator.
Otherwise, please choose from the following.
Okay. They're not going to give a phone number, I bet. um, I mean, I'm trying to go through their hoops to talk to them because, otherwise they won't talk to you unless you're giving them money. This question is required. Okay. So I just told them that by supporting Autism Speaks, that they are blemishing their reputation. Um, and that was my I don't mind putting that email out there. That's the autistic page. If I have that listed on my website. Um, so let's go back to where's dude? Where's dude? Dude, dude, dude. Where's my dude? Ah, I lost my dude. Oh, here we go.
Very proud of it, and I will definitely be posting about it on social media.
Eileen, I just got to say, this sounds very beautiful. Great positive things. I mean, I'm welling up with tears here. There's
Me
only
too. Me too, buddy.
one thing that's bugging me, and I'm going to bother you with the question again. When are you guys going to post all of this on social media? Because if you're saying this now, other people got to hear it.
Okay, I'll tell you what. When this episode goes live, the post will already be posted on social media. Mark my words. That
Actually,
it's
I
gonna
am.
make
I'm
this
technically live on YouTube right now. Um, it's called the Autistic Page also, and it'll have my same symbol, not upside down, but it will have my same symbol there, right side up. So it will be pretty obvious. um,
discussion sound
the
funny
interesting thing is I'm having kind of a difficult time on YouTube right now. It keeps on kicking me off. I keep on going off of my live for some
because
reason.
as soon as I'm done recording this with you, I'm going to go post it on social media to show you that I'm in it.
This has
Okay,
actually
hey,
been great.
I'm not gonna tell them now because we're still live, but at the time of this recording, I will make sure to tell other advocates about what's going to
Aye.
happen, about all the donations or all the information about these donations. Everything you're saying to me, I'm going to tell them all, and they're going to hopefully I get great feedback. Hopefully it's positive, not to put out false hope, but I hope this is going to be amazing. This is going to be amazing that we're posting this, what we're doing.
Well, actually, guess what, buddy? It's not going to be near as effective as you thought, unfortunately.
I appreciate your
For
feedback.
you.
We need to be hearing these things from someone who's neutral, and you're that person. You're the purple. I mean, that was such a great conversation.
I
Thank
don't
you
think
so
I
much
would
for
call
being
him very pro
so
Autism Speaks,
open,
actually.
yet
But
so respectful in the way you gave the feedback.
I think he's trying to have the appearance of being neutral, but no, I don't think he's actually neutral at all. Nor is he well studied.
I really appreciate that. And I hope you will come back to talk about another controversy around Autism Speaks.
Of course.
I'm going to see if...
Of course. We'll be back. We got another episode coming out soon after this one. I'm excited. I hope...
Okay, I am going to go on mine. On my actual YouTube. What is this thing called? Talking about autism? I'll bring it over here in just a second. Talking about Autism Podcast. And yes, okay. Watch this. This is going to be interesting. Okay. This is that same page. Now, I'm going to put this in here. Please let me interview and have a conversation about Autism Speaks. Watch this. Comment. Now, it's posted. You see, it's immediately posted. Now, if I refresh it, we're going to sort newest first. Top comments. Okay, it's not showing up yet. And watch if we go to this one. I'm going to try to go to YouTube on this. Let's see. Oh, that's still mine. Is it? Yeah. This is still mine. Okay, now I'm going to refresh this and see if my comment came up.
Of course. We'll be back. We got another episode.
So they must have some kind of filter now where they can filter all comments, because my comments are not coming through on their channel. When I make, now I can't make a comment here because it wants me to sign in, and this is a bunk account that doesn't exist. Of course,
exist. We'll be back. We got another episode coming out soon after this one.
All right. I also got a hold of Charity Navigator, and they
When you have auto glass
I
damage,
think I've seen
trust
this one. I'm not
Safelite.
sure.
In one easy appointment, we can...
I'm pretty sure I've seen this one. I'm trying to find some nice stories about Autism Speaks. Okay, let's just go to... We're just going to go to the internet now. And see if we have any news stories in the news. I'm going to put news. We'll do a double filter. Yahoo! Now I have no idea what this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I have no idea what this is, but let's see how they frame it, and let's see how successful um, they have been. Let's see how successful Autism Speaks has been about projecting that image that they are the go-to rather than autistic people. Okay, that's weird.
Well, April
Okay,
is
here we go.
Autism Awareness Month, and the Autism Speaks group is using the opportunity to try to help educate the public and bring about more meaningful connections to people who are living with autism.
Yeah, here are the numbers. 1 in 36 children and 1 in 45 adults in the U.S. have autism. One of those is Jack Reinsdorf. He's a freshman at New Trier High School, and he is joining us now live to talk a little bit more about this. Hello to you. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
You know, this is so interesting. You are actually the featured speaker, the keynote speaker for the upcoming event. And I'm wondering how you go about writing a speech like this and explaining to folks what autism has meant in your life, what it means for so many high school students that you go to school.
Okay, this is cool. This is about
with.
Autism Awareness Month.
How did I write about it?
Okay,
yeah, just go ahead. What went into you deciding what to include in that speech?
Now, I'm very surprised they're actually interviewing an actually autistic person, and I've got to commend them for that. But I'm really surprised that they are. But let's see how they characterize Autism Speaks. What happens here?
To feel to have autism, I very well included how it is for me. I also mentioned the importance of inclusion and awareness because I feel that's incredibly important to deal with autism. As you said, and I was going to say, 1 in 36 children. And eventually, that'll, if you keep the populations the same and nothing changes with that statistic, that's 1 in 36 out of 340 million.
Is there an experience in your own life that has caused you to say, hey, I want others to know what living with autism is like?
Mostly trying to help others with autism. I find that oftentimes they are in need of help and assistance in life. So I feel the need to help them and gain the support that they need to succeed.
And you're a New Trier High School student, so explain to folks what high school is like nowadays for somebody who is dealing with autism. Is there a certain level of acceptance at this point, or do you feel like there's still a very long way to go?
High school, I'm enjoying it. However, there are some challenges, and so it's fine though. I sometimes have trouble with social situations, just knowing what to say. My brain blanks. It can feel overwhelming at times. Homework.
This is at least cool that they're interviewing the kid here. Okay, this is almost over. They've only got about a minute left, or a minute and a half left.
And ADHD, so it's just worse. Further
and that's common.
Anxiety.
Usually, if we have if we're autistic, we often have ADHD.
However, I'm doing very well. I'm in mainstream classes, and yeah. However, I am quite open to my peers about my autism, and it does cut me some slack, and it's very helpful for me.
That's outstanding, because I would imagine a lot of people have questions, and they hopefully come from a good place in their heart. But I know at the same time, autism shouldn't define you. What else do you want people to know?
It does define me. And why shouldn't it? It's how my brain works. Doesn't how your brain functions, how your brain works define you? Who you are? Isn't your personality, doesn't that define you? Why can't it define me? It's not a disease. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Essay?
About you and the other life of Jack Reinsdorf.
Well, I am just a high school student. I want people to know that, remember, when you look at an autistic person or just know about it, remember they are another person. And it's not just the moral standpoint that I think it's important for inclusion. Also because it's 1 in 36 people. This isn't a small minor issue.
All right, Jack. So a lot of people rooting for you coming up at that keynote speech. That's April 27th.
Yeah.
We are wishing you the best of luck. We know you'll do very well. And there's the information on the screen. Autism Speaks 2024, Chicago Chip-In Casino Night, Saturday, April 27th. As I mentioned, it's at 6 p.m. at City Hall Events, 838 West.
So yeah, they're just gonna plug it at the end because they don't know better. This guy didn't know better than to what he said about it defining you. I didn't like that. Oops, did it? There we go. I'm trying to type in. Oh, okay. Now, trying to put right now, and it wouldn't. Okay, that's weird. It's not showing that my live chat is working. How weird. All right.
We'll have a link on our website if people want to get tickets. Thank you, Jack.
Press release, Chickasaw Nation. That sounds like maybe a Chickasaw is that a Native American? Yep, okay. My stepmother was Choctaw, and my stepsisters are Choctaw. Autism awareness acceptance, Chickasaw. I bet you where are these guys? See, my stepmother was from Arkansas. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't around that same area. That name sounds Chickasaw and Choctaw are so close. The Chickasaw Nation expanding clinical services for First Americans with autism, with that disease, autism. See how it's framed. Autism or okay, now they're going to go to okay, yeah. Autism or autism spectrum disorder refers to a broad range of conditions characterized by challenges of the CDC definition. Social skills, repetitive behavior, speech, nonverbal communication, according to autismspeaks.org. Actually, that's from the CDC. The characteristics or some symptoms typically shown. Okay, we're going to talk about autism a little bit. Now they're talking about the CDC, 1 in 36 children. That's fairly current. Where is Chickasaw? Come on, give me an address. Chickasaw contact. What state is this, though? Oklahoma. Oh, that's pretty close to Arkansas, so yeah, okay. Not far away. Interesting. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put Keith Wargo here. Watching my locals news this morning, my heart ached for the family 9-year-old autistic who drowned in Brooklyn. Nonverbal rendered. And it goes out for the family of the 9-year-old autistic, not to the boy. The boy, nonverbal. The drowning is leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4. What happened in Brooklyn is tragic since so many. Yeah, and I can't put comments here. I shouldn't be putting comments now. I guess I'm going to have to stop making comments because then it's going to be like bad for me if I do. You know? It's so weird. It's like not showing that I'm on. It says I'm live, but it won't show me in the chat. That is so weird. Okay. Oh, this burns my butt. I am thrilled to share some official recognized as an inclusive workplace for the prestigious Best Companies Group in Color Magazine. This achievement is testament of our fostering an environment when individual. Okay. Best Companies Group, Color Magazine. It's not on the list, though. Not on the list. Results will be assessed at the... Oh my goodness! We will survey all of your employees and use the survey ratings as a... Oh my goodness! This is not a ranking or competition if you meet our... Okay. I'm going to I'm making a TikTok right now while on stream because this is so funny. This is so crazy. So Keith Wargo put out a letter 8 months ago, that's now April, where he's bragging about how Autism Speaks has been officially recognized as an inclusive workspace for 2023 by the prestigious Best Companies Group and Color Magazine. Okay, so I looked what it looked. How does the inclusive program work? Watch this. Oops, I didn't even get started yet. All right, check this out. Keith Wargo has put out a letter where he's bragging 8 months ago, it's April now, 2024, that in 2023, the Autism Speaks has been officially recognized as an inclusive workspace. Watch this. All right. Inclusive workspace for the 2023 bleh, I'm not doing a video very well right now. Okay, I'm going to try again. Just one more try. All right, check this out. Keith Wargo is bragging that for 2023, Autism Speaks got the prestigious Inclusive Workplace recognition by the prestigious Best Companies Group and Color Magazine. Check this out. Now, when we go to the site and we look at it, how does the inclusive workplace program work? These results will only be assessed at the company level. We will survey all of your employees and use the survey ratings as its comments from your employees to to rate your workspace. So this is like Orm at the diner going, hey, Sandra and Jesse, which burger's the best burger in town? And they're like, your burger. And they're like, okay, it's been voted best burger in town. It's all in company. And this is about inclusiveness. And they only have one employee that I know of, Eileen Lamb, out of 216 people. If you were to get a random sample of random people anywhere in the world, you will have more autistic people than work at Autism Speaks. That's not inclusiveness. This is David Page. Screw them, flap-harder. All right, and I'm just going to run this one. I'm not even going to edit it that much, really. It's really bad. I'm getting lazy nowadays. Totally getting lazy.
Recognition by the prestigious Best Companies Group and Color Magazine.
And I hate the way this thing just rolls and it won't let you, a lot of times it just won't let you stop it. It's so annoying. All right. And I'm just going to... All right. Sorry about that. It's a little distraction. Every once in a while, I'm just getting these things, and they are killing me. I can't even believe the stuff I find. And this is just one of them, you know? All right. Okay, so that was news. I'm going to see if there's any maybe videos, because they're funner to watch at, look at. Okay.
It's John Patterson here.
Oh yeah, he flew out here in an airplane to get this little check, this big check, so they could look pretty here. So basically, he spent about $500,000 so that he could get this $25,000 check.
For $25,000 to Autism Speaks for our celebration in the month of March. So,
and notice that it's the CEO of Autism Speaks, Keith Wargo here. There's not an autistic person that we know of. Let's see. And he also brought somebody with them because it looks like they have an Autism Speaks thing. And it looks like she might have an Autism Speaks thing. And they're all standing with her. So they spent more than $1,000, maybe $1,500 or so if he flew these people too. Maybe this is his wife or something.
And thank you so much for allowing us to participate with your wonderful charity.
I don't know who she is.
You flew out all the way from New York.
Flew all the way out to New York.
Yeah, they both kind of nodded their heads. So he flew these people out too. And that's why she's got that Autism Speaks sign.
We're so grateful. Thank you so much to you and your team. Our mission is to help people with autism to have the most fulfilling lives that they can. And this goes a tremendous way of helping. So thank you so much.
Yeah, see the little band there she's got, which is I bet you an autism band.
This all came because one of our
she's got one too. Let's see if he may not be wearing one.
To be punching a check and a big check and a small one. So thanks to Autism Speaks, and we're.
She's not wearing a ring, so maybe it's not his wife.
We'll do it next year as well. Thank you so much.
Interesting. Yeah, so he spent money to get that money. She is on my mind.
My name is Mike Anaclario. I'm a high school teacher in the south suburbs of Chicago. My oldest sister, Mary, had autism. She was diagnosed in 1974. Mary was very unique. She had an excellent memory. Mary's first thing when she met strangers was to ask their birthday, and went into her mental Rolodex along with their parents' names. She always wanted to know. 2003, the Chicago Cubs were in the playoffs and they were playing the Florida Marlins. And in Game 6,
what is
the Cubs
going
ended up
on
blowing
here?
the lead, losing the game.
Now, a lot of times with Colts, you're going to see the comments turned off. That is extremely common because they don't want to see those negative comments. That's very, very common. And it's a good sign of a cult right off the bat.
It was me and Mary in the house together. My mom was working.
Hey,
I
Pink.
thought the world was going to end because the Cubs.
I'm actually on YouTube now, also, and you still have no excuse. You've been avoiding going live with me, Pink.
It's the World Series, and she reached up with her arm on my shoulder.
No pressure, no PDA pressure.
Like she always did when she wanted my attention, and she said, "What are we doing for lunch today?" Mary always kept things in perspective, and I knew things were going to be okay. I knew that life was going to go on, even though that the Cubs did not go to the World Series, that me and Mary were going to go get lunch. So it was August
Why are we
of
showing
2011.
pictures here?
I was walking into the locker room to get changed to go out to practice. My mom called me on my phone and said, "I'm on my way to take Mary to the hospital." I said, "What's wrong?" She had stage 4 colon cancer, and they said 6 months to a year.
Okay,
Start every class, every semester, every year, talking about her and how
this is a weird
it is
one.
important to help others. Do not look down on somebody with disabilities.
Okay, they got the blue lamp there. See that blue lamp? That's from the lighted up blue
A buddy
thing.
of mine who lives down the street and is a teacher at the other school in my district, he came up with this idea that for our football game, since we're both football coaches as well, when we play each other, which is a rivalry, that we'll turn it into a fundraiser for autism awareness. We were going to sell t-shirts to both student bodies and the faculty, and if they wore the t-shirt to the game, they got it for free. And we ended up selling 500 t-shirts. I originally ordered 200, but when it was all said and done, we raised over about $7,000.
And see how they had to make that into a puzzle piece?
My mom brought up the idea to me and Beth that she was going to get a tattoo to remember Mary by. So she got her tattoo to remember Mary. My sister got Mary's initials on her wrist. And I said, you know, I got these cards that Mary
They got puzzle pieces.
signed her name on. And I said,
See, all these really good intention people, and they get the puzzle pieces, you know? It's just so sad.
State ID too. I said, I want the autism puzzle piece on my chest, over my heart, with how she wrote her name. She taught me so many lessons that I don't think I would have learned without her. I want my sons, Benjamin and Dominic, to know how important their aunt was, that she wasn't just another person. She wasn't just a person with autism, what an impact she made on this family and the people around her, and how important she is to be remembered.
Oh, look at this. Wait. Nope, comments are turned off. And then, of course, we've got this white screen with this because Autism Speaks does not know that people that are autistic have light sensitivities. Once again, same thing. Reflections on the Autism and Aging International Reflections on the Autism Aging Summit. I don't know anything about this. I'm going to go off camera and let this roll for just a second. I would like to thank Autism Speaks, my most faithful viewer. Let me interview you, please. And of course, there is a shameless plug. Like, subscribe, go to.
I should maybe just start with my own disclosures, which is, for those who don't know me very well, I'm a British South African developmental neuropsychiatrist, and I trained and worked in the UK for a long time and then came back to Africa about 10 years ago to set up a Center for Autism Research in Africa. And I work with many international colleagues in many different countries, working with non-profit organizations, with government organizations, etc. And so everything I do in listening to today's amazing symposium and the first day of the two is therefore through those international eyes. And so that's part of my disclosure. The second part of my disclosure, I have an adult brother who is autistic. And if you meet him, he would tell you that he's a 42-year-old spring chicken. And in fact, he was diagnosed by me in adulthood, and he never received autism intervention services in South Africa, and he went through the special education system here in the country. So those are the eyes through which I have listened to conversations today.
I technically didn't, but I did.
Therefore, my own biases and intellectual and other conflicts of interest, or positive interests, hopefully, in my comments. I set myself up the task to try and identify gaps and make comments and say things that nobody else had said today. And I started with a very long list of things.
What's this dude's name? Did he give his name at the beginning here?
That I was going to say, and as you were all talking, I crossed.
Once again, we got the comments turned off. Why? Why would any organization, any reputable organization, St. Jude's, watch this. I bet you there's going to be a St. Jude's channel or something. St. Jude's. Okay. Now we're going to just go to a random thing.
Hey, y'all. My
Comments.
name's Javon, and today...
Comments are on. Shriners Hospital. Shriners Children's. Okay, let's see. Oh, what? I cannot believe Shriners comments are turned off. Okay, they're on there.
Looked over.
Wow, I can't believe one of them was off. That's crazy. I have no idea why that is. That is, I would never ever expect that. That's bizarre. Okay, March of Dimes. I sure would like to know why. Okay, March of Dimes. I bet you they don't have their comments turned off.
All my time in the military and my 4 deployments,
see if they're open.
Could have prepared me.
Things off the list because I thought, yep, nope, I was going to say that. I was going to say that. Yep, that's a good point. So rather than to try and fill in any gaps, I'm just going to make a few summary comments and really just to highlight some of the really, really valuable things that people said today. And so just 5 comments. And the first of my comments is about global patterns of aging. Yes,
what?
The whole world is getting older, but it's not getting older at an equal rate everywhere. So in high-income countries, for example, countries are getting older much faster, but in many low and middle-income countries, that's not the case. So sometimes it has quite a flat or a much lower rate.
So he's saying that they age out, that people pass earlier, where there's
that have lower median rates of age have higher population growth. So if you look at countries like Ethiopia and Uganda, Nigeria, in fact, many African countries, we have rapid population growth, but actually quite a low mean age, which means life expectancy is still quite low in many parts of the world. So when we're thinking about aging in a global context, the picture therefore looks quite different. Global aging experts calculate something that they call an age dependency rate. So they take the under 15-year-olds and the over 65-year-olds and say, these are the people who are dependent on the working group. And they calculate ratios. So in the US, the age dependency ratio is about 60%.
What is he doing?
60%
What's he talking about?
Are dependent on 40% for economic outputs and support. Whereas in many countries, particularly, again, in Africa, that age dependency rate is in some countries 80 to 90%.
Power of the voice. Okay, let's see what he says here.
My second message,
because this is supposed to be
hopefully you will all agree, is really about the power.
This really isn't what I'm looking for. I thought this was going to have something about because it says misconceptions and so forth. Past, yeah, it sure as shit is. Is this Keith Wargo? Yeah, so it is. He looks a lot better there.
Hopefully you will all agree, is really about the power of the voice of people, and many of you have said that too.
So this must have been right. Is this Keith Wargo? This can't be Keith. This is not Keith Wargo. If it is, I don't even recognize the dude. And I don't think he was...
Hopefully you will all agree, is really about the power.
I want to see who this is. I'm sorry, I have to go back to the beginning. I really apologize, but... Okay, notice this white screen. Notice this white screen here because they don't know that autistic people are sensitive to light, evidently. Right? Is that what's going on here?
I should maybe just start with my
happening?
own disclosures, which is, for those who don't know me very well, I'm a British South African developmental neuropsychiatrist, and I trained and worked in the UK for a long time, and then came back to Africa about 10 years ago to set up a Center for Autism Research in Africa. And I work with many international colleagues in many different...
Okay, I'm stopping this one. Yeah, it says Key Largo. That is so weird.
Countries working with non-profit organizations with really about the power of the voice of people, and many of you have said that too. It just makes such a difference to start a meeting and to embed everything we say in the voices of people who live with autism. And if we keep doing that, I have no doubt we'll move in and keep on moving in the right direction. I was very struck by how many of you were diagnosed late. This will hopefully reduce over time, but I think the lag may still be there for quite some time, particularly again in low and middle income countries and in low resource communities, even in the US and Canada. It's also interesting that many people are still misdiagnosed. Bipolar, schizophrenia, what are all the things
particularly women
that you and others have talked about. And so that theme around...
That's very, very common, particularly if you're over like 30, you've probably been misdiagnosed. It's very, very common. And if you're a female, a lady, you're more than likely to be misdiagnosed with other things.
The importance of training adult psychiatrists, adult psychologists, physicians, anybody who works with adults, to make sure that we help them identify people who are autistic and identify their co-occurring conditions accurately, I think remains an interesting task. And I'm interested to see how you will think about and talk about that tomorrow when the meeting continues. Great to hear progress and to see all of you being such proudly autistic self-advocates, talking about skills and talents and what other people can learn from autistic people. And my own story and family story really resonated. Jairo, when you and others talked about the importance of seeing an adult autistic person as an adult, not as a child. Even when your interests may be unusual, you're still an adult. And I think that's such a powerful message for us all to keep in mind and to make sure that we stick to that philosophy. My third point is about thinking how we can close the gap between bottom up and top down. I was very struck. You placed a self-advocate session, and then a little bit later we had your incredibly powerful and very interesting national organizations that include policy and funding and all sorts of things. And I also heard Teal and Stephen talk about participatory research and the voices of autistic people, but I couldn't help but wonder if there's a way in which one can bring together the lived experts with your powerful national organizations, including policy and so on, in an ongoing and meaningful way right from the beginning. The biggest impact on policy is when policymakers are participants right from the start, rather than at the end, as we heard, a 40-page document or something. So for example, much more overt participatory research, implementation science research, perhaps using models such as theory of change. For those who are not familiar with theory of change, it's a method we might use in implementation science to say, let's...
Pink, are you still with me?
Start with what we want the end state to be. How do people with autism want to live? How do they want to age? What services do they need? How do they want them? And then work back from there. So maybe there's a real opportunity for Autism Speaks and for others to think, how can you perhaps facilitate structures and ongoing participatory initiatives, not just occasional.
See how this is framed so wrong? See how this is not an Autism Speaks person. He's talking about Autism Speaks. And he is framing it as Autism Speaks has to do this. He's not qualifying the autism community. He's not saying that this is what's needed in the autism community. He's not speaking on behalf of us. He is speaking about as if Autism Speaks is the authority. And like I said, their entire purpose has always been to establish themselves as the authority. They will give no deference whatsoever to autistic people.
Work back from there. So maybe there's a real opportunity. How do people with autism want to live? How do they want to age? What services do they need? How do they want them? And
they. Why don't you ask us? Now, this is a professor from South Africa, I think. And just see how pious he is. This is a general problem. This is a problem in general that we have with the perception of autistic people and how we are actually approached.
Back from there. So maybe there's a real opportunity for Autism Speaks and for others to think, how can you perhaps facilitate structures and ongoing participatory initiatives, not just occasional and not just writing into an agency with information. So that was another thought. That was my third thought in terms of how can we close.
Are you still with me, Pink?
Close this gap between bottom up and top down over time. My fourth point, which may sound strange, is let's not forget the children. And there was a theme where we talked about how great it is to have an increased focus on adults, aging.
Let's not forget the adults. 90% of the resources that go, 98% I understand, overall, this is just a throwdown number, it's not real. I mean, I don't know where it came from, but basically it was said that 98% of the resources go and services go to autistic children, whereas only 2% of the resources go to adults. The problem with that is we certainly want, and I would prioritize kids over adults every day, any day of the week. Don't get me wrong. And I think nothing is wrong with prioritizing children over adults. This being said, 75% of us are adults, and only 2% of the efforts are going towards adults. That disparity is unfathomable. That doesn't mean that means that we're ignoring adults once they age out and they no longer are making money on health insurance and so forth and therapy. Once, you see, we are an industry as children. We are in a multi-billion-dollar industry as children. But once we turn adults, that all changes. And I'm going on a rant I should not be going on because I'm supposed to be talking about Autism Speaks.
Adults, older adults.
Hello there, whoever's watching us. Please say hello. Let me give you a shout out.
But also the importance of not forgetting children and young people. Also, again, particularly in low middle income countries and in low resource communities. But the same theme came from Joe Piven's work, the exciting potential of science that we can get from aging and autism, but not to forget the fundamentals of early identification, early intervention at whatever age that may be. My fifth comment is about heterogeneity. We know about heterogeneity in autism. We also know about heterogeneity in services and systems for autistic people. So, yes, we need to think about autism across the lifespan, but the heterogeneity of autistic people in themselves may mean that these pathways throughout and into adult life and older adult life might also be highly heterogeneous. I saw some of the graphs associated with aging. I can't remember whose they were, might have been Marshall Meilik's, and they are very diverse. And so the risk for us is not to want to draw single lines. And I think somebody talked about the non-linearity, but also not to oversimplify, because there may be many, many different, many unique pathways and journeys through and into older adult life for different autistic people. It's great to be reminded of the advances in geriatric medicine, the advances in the ability to put together a team. But I think it's important that we remember that that's not yet the case in low and middle income countries, and that's not yet the case in many low resource and disadvantaged communities either. So really a reminder not to make things too simplistic. My final comment, and I thought that was going to be a unique comment until Tamar spoke, is really about doing everything in the context of family. Quality of life, support, all those kinds of things. Yes, we need to think about individuals, but even in countries where we have no resources, where we don't have the amazing infrastructures that might exist in the US and elsewhere, we will have loving and supportive families. And so I think really thinking about the changing needs of families and the changing needs of aging family members as well is a really interesting and important theme and a dynamic thing to think about. So also thinking about how do we care for the aging family members. In my own family story, as you know, the role of mothers and fathers get less and less and less, and they pass away, and siblings become more prominent players. And so sometimes
this guy is just like can go on and say nothing. Ugh. I was supposed to be doing something with Autism Speaks, and I was just like about died. Holy hell. I can't. I have responsibilities. I cannot kill the audience. I cannot unlife the audience with boredom. Autism Speaks to make a world of difference as autism prevalence rises to 2.7% of children in the United States. This is dated 23 March. This is basically about a year ago. Nice white page again. 1 in 36. This seems to be, I think this is a CDC number. I think that's where that number came from. And I think that came out in 2022. Well, I'm starting to know way too much stuff here. I am like this is not good. The new, let's see, across 11 states for 8-year-old children in 2020. Okay. The new report shows, so that's when the study started. The new report, I believe, we'll see. The new report shows an increase in prevalence with 1 to 30 in 36 children, or 2.7% of 8-year-old children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder in 2020. That's just a sample of 8-year-old children. So that number is not a good number. I don't even understand this, so I'm not even going to quote that because I don't understand what they're trying to say here. I do not get it at all. The new report shows let's see. The new report shows an increase in prevalence with 1 in 36 children, or just over 2.7 of 8-year-old children, which I think is just a weird way to do it. Diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder in 2020, and for the first time reveals higher prevalence rates among Black, non-Hispanic, Hispanic, Asian, or Pacific Islander children. Well, that's because these folks are beginning to get diagnosed. Ever heard of white privilege? I know, I lived it. When I was a kid, I did. To a large extent, I didn't know it. Had no idea. Even though I had lots of friends and so forth that were not didn't have any money whatsoever. Very, very poor people. The increase reinforces progress in awareness and advocacy for the early identification and diagnosis among. Okay. Anytime I hear early identification and diagnosis, even though it's a good idea and I agree with it, it already starts getting cringy because that's when we start getting into territory and incrementally. You can go down the slippery slope or whatever and look in. This is a slippery slope fallacy. But nonetheless, once you start talking about early identification and diagnosis, that does in fact set you up to start going down the roads of actually terminating pregnancies and eugenics and so forth. Okay, I need to shut the window, I think, for a minute. And I need to turn this up because I am getting all kinds of cotton up my nose. I think it's coming from outside. I'm not sure, but turned up the air filter. Okay. So the increase reinforces progress, awareness, and advocacy for early identification, diagnosis among all groups, but also reiterates the needs for a significant increase in funding for autism research and services. And that's where it always goes back to Autism Speaks. To be provided across the spectrum and lifespan. No. No. It does not reiterate the need for anything. And see how this looks so good. But this is the very beginnings of genocide. This is how it starts every time. Looks what's happened with trans people in this country, in the United States. Heck, I think it might even be worse for Brits in some places. Not like down south, though, I don't think here. Nothing like that. I think we're the worst there. Particularly in diverse communities where prevalence numbers were greater than those indicated by previous studies. They're just reiterating stuff. And now they're whining about COVID limiting data collection. It says rate of autism per 1,000, but I want to know what the group size was. What was their sample size? And why did they say 8-year-olds? I'm not going to go more into that because it really doesn't talk about Autism Speaks. And ooh, not good. Ooh, that hurts. 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 That hurts.
Well, April is.
Oh, that hurt.
Autism Awareness Month, and the Autism Speaks group is using the opportunity to try to help educate the public and bring about more meaningful
connection. Interview an autistic kid. What is
Number
this?
Of children diagnosed with autism continues to climb.
Now this was released. I'm going to go to YouTube.
1 in 36 children in the United.
Okay, 8 days ago. So that would have been on the 1st, right? What, 8 days? Okay, no, on the 2nd. So that was World Autism Day that they put this out. And this is just a inspiration. Like, I don't know if I can say the word on this. Can I say the word? Inspiration with a C, corn. Corn.
United States have autism. Young boys are nearly 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder than girls. And 1 in 45 adults in the U.S. have autism.
Today is.
And they're going to leave that there. Boys are more likely They are not more likely, we are not more likely, men, boys, whatever you want to call it, more likely to be autistic than girls. We are 4 times more likely to get diagnosed than girls. Because evidently girls don't know. Actually, girls do math better, but the entire diagnosis and everything else was predicated that it was a boy syndrome. It was a boy disease. And even to this day, many doctors still believe that it's a mostly boy thing. So our doctors, our medical people are misinformed, not properly educated, and thus misdiagnosed. Very, very, more often than actually not in this country, unfortunately. Just how it is.
World Autism Day, and Pix 11 doing our part to shine the light on those who are taking action to erase the stigma surrounding autism. So joining us this morning is actor Paras Patel, and he is joined by the chairman of the board for Autism Speaks, Brian Harper. So great to have both of you here.
Thank you. Good morning.
And Brian, let me begin with you, because this obviously hits very close to home to you with your son, and inclusion here is so important. How do you get there?
What do you say about hitting close to home?
Thank you. Good morning.
And Brian, let me begin with you, because this obviously hits very close to home to you with your son, and inclusion.
See how this entire thing is framed? This is exactly what Autism Speaks want. They want it to be framed from the parents, from the perspective. Look at this, all this white here, because this is what Autism Speaks puts out, because they don't take into account that autistic people autistic people have light sensitivities. I'm about to make a video about that, because hardly anybody's watching, and I might as well. In fact, I might as well just stop now, and then I will finish up with this tape or this film. But I'm gonna go to okay. This is so funny. I can't believe I'm like making videos while I'm... This is just so funny. But I don't care. Might as well, right? Okay. Here we go. Maybe I'll even give myself a fancy... Okay, see, this is something. This is one of my secrets. One of my secrets. This does not require a battery. You just plug it into your phone, and it gives me a much better speaker. It sounds so much better. And even when you get a really more expensive one, it's not that much better. Pretty crazy. This is a typical Autism Speaks webpage. Now, note how white it is all the way through. Why? Evidently, Autism Speaks is not aware that one of the symptoms of autism is that we are very light sensitive. And a white web page like this hurts our eyes. But evidently, you know, that organization called Autism Speaks is not aware of that. This is David Page. Screw them, flap harder. Okay, I'm going to switch this around and do my screw them, flap harder thing. I might even try to do it where I can do it with both hands, since I got my hoo-yah out here. There we go, yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Ah! Screw them, flap harder. I gotta do that again, because it hit my, I was flapping too hard. Screw them, flap harder. Okay. I'm going to have to actually edit this one. I've gotten lazy. I haven't been editing my stuff very much lately. Oops.
This is David Pig. Not aware of that.
All right. Okay, split, delete.
Screw them for Parker.
There we go. Bam. All right. Now I can ridicule Autism Speaks, and people hopefully get a laugh. I mean, it is kind of funny that Autism Speaks does not know.
Autism Speaks webpage. Now know how white it is. All the way through. Why? Evidently, Autism Speaks.
Okay, I'm almost done. I'm putting up my last little my little actually autistic thing. I don't know why I put that there,
Webpage like this.
but I like to. So now let me hopefully that'll go done. Alrighty. Yeah, it's just crazy to me that they have these white pages like this. I had a dream that they fixed all this stuff. I think. Yeah, I had this dream that they started fixing their webpage, and I was so happy that they didn't have all this white going on here all over the place. Wherever you go, corporate partners. I wonder what this is. We stand together. Okay, that's Token. That's Token. That is her. Her name is Token. She is the token autistic person on the staff of Autism Speaks, as far as I know. The one autistic person. She is their media something. Their media person.
Together we stand, with courage and focused determination, to find innovative resources and support for our community's diverse needs. We shape a world of belonging by eliminating barriers and disparities. And
I love how every one of these kids, quote, looks autistic.
Improving access to quality care. We build an inclusive community through strong partnerships.
No, it is not inclusive at all. That's the problem. You know, I am going to build a career on the fact that you are not inclusive. And that's not cool. I hope the hell I don't build a career. But I am actually thinking about doing this all the time on a regular basis, like an hour or two a day, 5 days a week. Because I'm getting so much material to talk about.
Collaboration, founded on integrity and respect. We care. Through listening and working together, we will improve the quality of life for all. We have a responsibility.
This is like promise, 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 promise. This is like a political ad. Shush.
To ensure all autistic people have access to high-quality health care through evidence-based research.
Through ABA. Did you hear that? Through ABA.
Evidence-based research. High-quality health care through evidence-based research.
What was that?
Access to high-quality health care through evidence-based research.
Now, the reason I kept on being annoying there and going back to that evidence-based research, that is what ABA always throws down. Well, ABA is evidence-based, is scientifically evidence-based research, okay? Yes, brainwashing is scientifically proven to work. That's why militaries use it on prisoners, and governments use it on prisoners to extract information from people. That's what the Inquisition used. The Spanish Inquisition used behavioral science, ABA techniques, to get confessions out of people, whether they did it or not. Because it was evidence-based. See how that evidence-based can work? Torture is evidence-based. We know torture works. Thank you.
When we stand together, united
I don't have a strong opinion about anything, though.
as a team, our impact is limitless.
As individuals,
As parents,
as healthcare providers,
as co-workers,
as students,
as advocates,
we are united in heart.
and in mission.
That allows all of us to be part of the world the way it should be.
The way it will be.
It's really hard to tell if those are supposed to be like family members or are all those supposed to be autistic people, or some of them, or what? So they've got a lot of footage, actual footage that they have made up, which is kind of cool, and they're kind of recycling it some here and there, which is totally normal. Like Eileen, you see in that one outfit a lot. I think they went to her house or something and did a bunch of filming and stuff, and now they're just plugging in clips from that, you know, whenever they need it, which, like I said, is totally normal kind of photography kind of stuff, and editing kind of stuff.
World of difference.
Stand with us.
Oh, we got puzzle pieces. That was her son. That was Eileen's son. In the water. I've seen that clip before. Together we stand for a world of difference, okay? Where Autism Speaks. And why is it kind of like in lowercase? I always thought that was weird, that the Autism Speaks. Now this is impressive. It's on a black background. This is the first and only time I have ever seen this. A month ago? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a month ago. I gotta bookmark this. Darn it, Pink. You need to get on here. Executive, I know I want more. Okay. All right. I was just telling a friend of mine, I wonder, I don't know how long ago, I think I've been talking about Autism Speaks. I don't know how long I've been talking about these white screens. This says a month ago. Because I've been really harping on... Has it been more than a month now that I've been... I want to know. Because I'm wondering if they didn't do this because of me. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. I don't know. This is crazy. I have never ever seen a black screen, and I have been complaining about this for a long time. I don't know if it's been, well, a long time. I know 3 weeks. But maybe it's been longer. I need to go to my website. That's what I need to do. We might find out. Oh, look at that. Okay, I'm going to go to my videos. I don't think I have any videos recently that were more than a month old. That's a month old. Okay, yeah, there's actually... Okay, yeah, there's lots of opportunities probably for me to have talked about the white screen. All right, here we... Nope, that's not one. So maybe on this one I talked about it, maybe. It doesn't look like one of the ones that I would have talked about that on. And let's see how long I've been doing my lives now. Wow. For a month now. Uh-oh. Oh, they lost money. Okay, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if this is where I dropped the bomb. Look up gross income here. Okay. Here's an expense report. Revenue at 36 million. Expensive 42 million. Total asset 41 million. Total liability. Oh, they lost money. Okay, here we go. We could definitely tell there are moments where they just really showed even the lady who's autistic. Okay, I was really bored with that. I thought I was going to get a lot more meat. It is kind of interesting. Just a little bit in the beginning, we could definitely tell there are moments where they just really showed even the lady who's autistic is still not connected to the autistic. I sure am hoping that I mention it here. Holds that are connected to Autism Speaks.
Performance metrics. This is for Autism Speaks, just so that we're very clear about what the fuck this is. Okay,
hopefully.
So program expenses, a percent of the charity's total expenses spent on programs and services it delivers, 74%, right? So they say their administrative expenses are some...
Yeah. But he's saying, yeah, it took a... See, I don't see me complaining about that, and that's... like 3 weeks ago, so maybe I did not have influence on this one. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. That is so interesting. They do have a black page. I don't think that was from me. There's no comments or anything. That sure is interesting. So we know they know how to do it at least, right? How do you... This is a crazy thing, Kat. I have been complaining for over a month about this white screen that they always have, that Autism Speaks always has, this like white stuff everywhere. It's just okay. That is a little bit better, but real white pages usually. And actually, this is weird that their first page is like the best. This is probably a good front page too. Ah, no, okay, nope. And I think this is my actual program right here that's giving us this yeah, that's the issue there. What a bummer. Sure would be nice if they would go back to and make this dark, you know? Wouldn't that be nice if it wasn't so bright like that? I mean, come on, really? Like, this organization is called Autism Speaks, and they don't know that a bright screen like this hurts our eyes. How is that even possible? And they started in 2005, so it's been almost 20 years now. And they don't know that this right here, let's see if it'll do it. Oh, it's not going to do it for this page. Looks, when it's dark like that, looks so much better than that. Or that looks so much better than that. You know what I'm saying? That's a big difference, and particularly since, let's see, I'm on, how many hours do I got now? I'm on hour 71, almost 72 hours now of 100 hours of talking about the reason why you should not support Autism Speaks. All right, I am going to go back here a little bit. I'm so impressed by that.
36 children.
Don't know what that is. Okay, don't care about that either right now. I'm trying to go back to wherever I am.
36 children in the United States have autism. Young boys are nearly 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with autism.
Okay, we went over this. Boys are more likely to be diagnosed, but that doesn't mean we're more likely to be autistic.
Spectrum disorder than girls. And 1 in 45 adults in the U.S. have autism.
Today is World Autism Day, and Pix 11 doing our part to shine the light on those who are taking action to erase the stigma.
And the rate, these two numbers, 1 in 36 and so forth, should be the same. Those two numbers are actually the same. Whatever the actual number is, they are actually identical. Unless you want to say that there's going to be less adults only for one reason. That's because children drown and die and so forth, and just from car accidents or whatever else, maybe a heart problem, whatever. There will be a certain fatality rate here, so there's going to be less adults in this group, so therefore there's going to be less per capita of adults than in children, but not to this degree. This is just because adults aren't diagnosed.
Surrounding autism. So joining us this morning,
which has absolutely nothing to do with Autism Speak, but I got a great recovery. Those darn puzzle pieces are. Grrr.
Is actor Paras Patel, and he is joined by the chairman of the
All right.
board for Autism Speaks, Brian Harper. So great to have both of you here.
Thank you. Good morning.
And Brian, let me begin with you, because this obviously hits very close to home to you with your son. And inclusion here is so important. How do you get there?
Aw.
I tell the CEO of Autism Speaks all the time, we're on the 1 yard line with 99 yards to go. Inclusion.
Whoa, what was that?
Good morning.
And Brian, let me begin with you, because this obviously hits very.
In 45 adults.
So what they are, they're going to start talking to this guy. I don't know who this.
Today is World Autism Day, and
I don't know. Asian-looking dude.
Light on those who are taking action to erase the stigma surrounding.
I don't know what he.
Joining us this morning is actor Paras Patel, and he is.
Yeah, he looks like he's, I don't know, Iran, Iraq, Saudi, something. I don't know.
Joined by the chairman of the board for Autism Speaks, Brian Harper. So great to have both of you here.
Thank you.
Good morning. And Brian, let me begin with you because this obviously hits very close to home to you with your son. And inclusion here is so important. How do you get there?
I tell the CEO of Autism Speaks all the time. We're on the 1 yard line.
He's on the board. Yeah, he's chairman of the board, Brian Harper. In fact, I think I need to start looking into Brian Harper. I need to. Well, I'm going to do that now. I'll put a little tab up there to remind me to do that. Autism Speaks. So I'll be able to get back to that dude. To this dude here.
Inclusion, acceptance, awareness is first starts and really include.
So the common theme that's going on here, now we have the chairman of the board instead of an autistic person speaking. The same thing that we've seen over and over and over, this pattern of them speaking for, or rather instead of autistic people. And they say they speak for, which they shouldn't even be doing that.
Inclusion involves really what his character in the show talks about is acceptance and inclusion in the workplace and inclusion in schools.
But they're not including it in this interview. He's not even including us.
Inclusion and celebrating World Autism Day today.
But I want parents to hear your words so clearly also. This is not just about shedding knowledge to others to fight ignorance, right? Parents have children who are now being diagnosed. We just said the stats are higher and higher every year, right? What do you want parents to know? Because you've learned a lot of gifts from your son, right?
Yeah, it's a village. And I want to know, it could feel so isolating. It felt so isolating for my wife and I. Our son was diagnosed in 2005 when Autism Speaks was invented by Bob and Suzanne Wright. We're here. We're here to shine the light on them for acceptance. We're here to shine the light on them for inclusion. We're here to shine the light on them for advocacy on the Hill.
Yeah.
You know, proving insurance gets accepted for every single parent and every single kid across the U.S. and hopefully world.
Part of the acceptance part is really seeing things play out in mainstream as well, which is where shows like yours come into play. And you, in the series The Chosen, you portray a character who's on the spectrum. Let's play a clip, and then we're going to talk to you about it, all right?
Cool.
Okay, I don't know this dude.
I never understood why I was so different from everyone else. I just wanted the comfortable life.
You wanted to be better than everybody.
Yes. No. You're right.
There's nothing wrong with that either. To try to be the best, the best that you can be at something. Not necessarily that you want to be better than everybody else, but to be the best that you can be. That's awesome.
And I loved affluence because of it. I was comfortable behind bars in a booth and the armed escort.
So for you, what kind of research did you have to do to play the character and play it with a bit of pride too?
And see, now in the autism, in the autistic community, there's a lot of issues with hiring actors that are not autistic to play autistic characters, because there are plenty of actually autistic actors and actresses out there that can play those parts. And being that we're autistic, we do have that insight. We don't need to, quote, study or whatever else. That being said, an actor to me is an actor, and they should be able to play all parts. The problem is that evidently there is a disparity in hiring autistic actors and actresses.
You know, it was a team effort. Just our showrunner and creator of the show, Dallas Jenkins, is on the spectrum himself, so he was kind of my go-to resource, and just having creative conversations, as well as just doing my own research and observing, you know, people on the spectrum and just volunteering and kind of finding the body and the voice and just wanting to do an authentic portrayal really motivated me into portraying Matthew to the fullest.
What did you learn from that research?
I learned personally about not judging others so easily, about being more patient, about listening. It's so important to listen and connect and communicate. And I get a lot of messages from parents who are finding that the same way.
Connect and communicate.
And for Brian, for
Howdy.
so much misunderstanding about a diagnosis
William
and getting to that
Bamblett.
point of a diagnosis. So for parents who are out there right now watching this, what is your advice to them when they're dealing with a child who...
See the problem here? So we have now the board of directors of Autism Speaks and some random actor speaking for instead of autistic people. Now, you would think the board of directors might have been able to find an autistic person. If he went to Walmart and randomly asked people for 15 minutes, there would be 100 people certainly that would walk by him, and he would be able to, in one of 100, he'd be able to pick out a random autistic person and say, hey, come on. No, but they don't do that. Instead, they have that presumptuousness, that pious, bigoted attitude that we cannot speak for ourselves, that we're not intelligent enough or what have you to speak for ourselves, unfortunately. That's the attitude that's portrayed. And that's why they are right here speaking instead of autistic people with this white background, like I said, which shows you specifically that they don't know much about autistic people, that nobody's ever told them that they didn't know that we have light sensitivities and that this hurts our eyes, this white bright backgrounds. Now, wait, but they didn't do that. It was this news station. This with Autism Speaks traditionally always uses a white background so they can put their blue Autism Speaks thing here. This is their logo. This is their work, not the news station.
Who may appear different.
I would say...
do I think the word high functioning is offensive? I say I think it's descriptive, and I think it sucks. You know, I don't like to get nitpicky and all that stuff, but if we say severe autism, it gives us a very negative impression of autistic people. So, but if we say high functioning, then that gives us permission to say low functioning, which is possibly degrading to maybe somebody that just can't talk. My son couldn't talk for a long time. He wasn't dumb. He was autistic, but you know, that alone wasn't good for judging him. And so I think we are okay. A Dalmatian is a Dalmatian, no matter what. If you cure it of being a Dalmatian, and that is making it into a German Shepherd, it is no longer a Dalmatian. Kind of the same thing. If we say high functioning and low functioning, we don't have high functioning Dalmatians, low functioning Dalmatians, or whatever. We don't have severe Dalmatianism, or you know, no, it's a Dalmatian. Okay, it may be an older Dalmatian, it may have, you know, slowed down or whatever else, but it's a Dalmatian. So we don't have high functioning, low functioning Dalmatians. We don't say that this Dalmatian has less value than another Dalmatian or whatever kind of thing. And so that's kind of where I see it. I do understand the descriptiveness, and I do understand people wanting it to use in a utilitarian way of differentiating, unfortunately, usually intellectual disabilities. And those intellectual disabilities and other disabilities, such as hearing disabilities, speech. I stutter. I was gonna say I stutter, and I went I was like, oh, come on, really? Just because I'm thinking I'm going to say I'm stutter, I have to stutter like that? And I don't even usually stutter like that. Usually it was that break afterwards. I'm so stupid. Shh.
A couple things. We say within our community, you meet a child with autism, you meet one child with autism.
With autism. No, we do not say that. When you met one child with autism, you met one child with autism. I have never, ever, 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 ever heard an autistic say that. Ever. I have heard say when you met one autistic, you met one autistic. I've heard that a lot. So I don't know where you've been. I can't remember his name. Mr. Board Chairman, President.
In our community, you meet a child with autism, you meet one child.
And with autism, that's to suggest he's using that particular language to suggest it's a disease. And they say, well, some autistic people prefer person with autism, and so we're just trying to be equal for everybody and stuff like that. Not when you started out with eugenics. Not when your starting point was eugenics, to eliminate people with autism, to cure autism. In other words, you wanted to give an injection, like a DNA thing to fix my brain so that it is no longer autistic. If you did that, that would be like making that Dalmatian into a German Shepherd. It would no longer be a Dalmatian. In the same way, if you were to change my brain, I would no longer be myself. I would be someone else. By that, you would be eliminating a human being and replacing it with someone else. That's not a cure. That's genocide. Particularly when it's a particular type of human being, in this case, a certain brain type. We have different hair colors, we have different skin tones, we have different brain tones. And because my brain tone is something that you don't like, you want to eliminate it. You consider it a disease. So that's why most autistics prefer I'm autistic, that's identity first, or autistic person. And I don't want to push that on anyone else, on anyone in particular, but with Autism Speaks, because of the way they have always characterized autism as a disease, I do take a huge issue with them using that language.
With autism. Every autism is different. Yeah. Early intervention is key. You know, on autismspeaks.org, we have a 100-day kit that...
Okay, so we are not going to qualify autistic people. See how this happens? See what happens here? Watch this. He's just going to ramble here a little bit, and then...
You meet a child with autism.
And then he's going to say, after this with autism thing, where he's characterizing it as a disease... And I know they're going to say, no, it's just we're trying to be inclusive. No, you're not. And if you look on the website, it is still characterized as a disease. If you look at the tone of the website, it's a negative thing. It really still is.
Autism, you meet one child with autism.
Now watch. He's just going to, in a very pious, bigoted way, he's just going to speak instead of autistic people. He's not even going to qualify that autistic people might know anything about being autistic, that we might be experts in autistic, that it might be our special interest, that going to autistic groups might be the best thing for advice on raising your children, because these people have parents, grandparents are autistic, maybe children, grandchildren, all autistic. You could have 5, 6 generations. In my case, I know 3. Maybe up to 5. Oh, yeah, it's weird how I stutter. I'll stop mid-sentence, and I'll have to change the word because I can't say that word. So then I'll have to come up with the complete word, and I'll hesitate because I'm trying to make the sentence still make sense because it's all happening mid-sentence. Let's see here. The autistic page. page. Here we go. Okay, let's watch. Oh, come on. It's not going to give it to me. That's okay. We'll just find one of my videos. Probably one of these videos has it. Here we go. Whoops.
Howdy, welcome to the autistic.
Nope, not there. A more recent one?
Unfortunately.
Nope. Ah! Well, anyway, my intro, and I can't find it right now. My intro is, my intro has Einstein in it. You know the word okay, I say artistic all the time, and people are gonna eventually, somebody's gonna say, and he said everybody thought acoustic was so terrible, and he said artistic. Okay, I'm originally from Houston, Texas, and I'm a redneck mountain boy in the mountains of Colorado, and so I've always had this character that I've called Redneck, and I've done this character for years. Even on my other channels and so forth, I've done this character. And he would, no matter what, he adds R's where they don't belong. Like Earl, you know, put Earl in the car, just like I talked when I was down in Texas, and you wash. Howdy, Auntie. When you wash the car, you know, and you put Earl in it. And I didn't really say Earl, it was more like all. I say all. But there's kind of Earl, you know, Earl. Anyway, so I always say artistic well, I don't say it redneck here. When he rolled along, he talking about them artistic people, right? Acoustic, to me, it's like the R word. The R word went out of style, and then people started saying special. Oh, well, he's so special. Oh, she's so special. And I thought, I hated it. Now, I didn't know I was autistic at the time, but that whole special thing was like, don't try to make it cutesy. You're still saying the R word. You know? Right. Yeah, special. You know, I actually use a... I've been using that word to call myself special more than ever now. I don't think I really did before I found out. But sometimes, yeah, I do. Mostly when it's just at home with my wife or whatever, I'll use that term. I'm like, oh boy, I'm being special, or whatever. I'm being autistic, but I don't. You know, the acoustic thing. I think it's just another way of saying the R word. I think that's what it is. No, Pink. Okay, Pink. This is just for you. Oh boy, just for you. Okay, look at this. This is a month ago. Look at this. Did you see that, Pink? A month ago, Pink. Now, I got to look in it, and I don't remember on my... I got to looking at my website. I don't remember talking about this black before a month ago. Before like 3 weeks ago, Heather. Or, yeah, Pink. So what do you... do you remember me saying anything about all those white screens before, you know how I complain about that every day? Do you remember me doing that before 3 weeks ago? Because I just think it's so weird that we have this now. Yeah, but this is from a month ago, it says. Pink. So was I already talking about that a month ago? I don't think I was, necessarily. I don't remember. Or was I already doing that on TikTok a month ago, before I went on YouTube? I bet you I did. Did I ever mask my autism as a kid? Yeah, everything's always been white. But this is a month ago that they put this video out. This is Together We Stand with Autism. Unless, wait a minute. What? Maybe this is doing it. Could this be doing it? Could this dark reader be doing it? off. Okay, so
Together we stand.
I think, yeah, it's not. Wow, I don't know. Did I mask my autism as a kid? Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. My father was a Texas oil man. I don't talk about this very often because I know people are going to say, "Oh, white privilege, white privilege," and they're right. My father was a Texas oil man. I grew up not poor at all, we'll say. No one ever worried about paying rent by any means. By any means. Did anyone ever worry about paying rent? I watched people make multi-million-dollar deals at my father's kitchen table and then go to the board of directors the next morning. The thing is because I was in that culture of super rich people, this is in the early 70s and so forth. I was born in 1970. You were to be heard and not seen. And being a little autistic ADHD kid that wanted to crawl up the walls, I pretty much would have gotten a beating if I spoke up at the wrong place. If I really had to, like, something was really, really wrong, I could maybe silently go in and be seen by my stepmother or by my father and wait for them. Once I saw that they saw me, then I could disappear again and wait for them to acknowledge me. Off in the corner, basically. Out of sight, but where they could still get me. That kind of thing. Eye contact was beat into me. So, and then I would say stupid things, so I learned not to say anything at all. So yeah, I very heavily masked. I learned to mask when I was in. See, Pink, I don't know. Pink, I don't know if I can claim. I don't think I can claim credit for that because that was a month ago, and I just don't remember if I was saying that or complaining about that. Heather, do you remember how long I've been complaining about that white page like this? But anyway, so I also learned to mask when I was a peace officer and in the military and so forth. You can't be too weird when you're doing those things. So, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is too is like I've had some incidences with the police where because I was a peace officer and I knew they were breaking the law, I was very belligerent, perfectly within the law. You ever see the auditors or whatever? Yeah, that's exactly how it was. But when they try to tell me something or whatever about the law, I say, "Oh, bull," and I know you can lie to me and all this. Well, this just. I don't know how else to put it. It pisses them off. Particularly when I get upset and angry because they're trying to... They assaulted me twice now. And that's something that I'll get into maybe later. But I'm not going to be getting into specifics by any means. Because I don't want to get hurt again. Yeah, I wish we could live in a world where we could just be goofy as hell. Like, at home. Like, Pink, I know dang good and well when you're sitting there with your daughter, you are being goofy as hell. When you're playing with I know you are being so darn goofy, playing with your kids and your dogs, and you're like, boy, if people saw me, right? Right. And when you get to know autistic people, when you can get them to be stupid, as in stupid funny, stupid fun, when you can get them to that point, then that you know that you are that person's person, that they have been willing to drop and have stupid fun. And the thing is a stupid. I remember going through, I'm not kidding you, Walmart and having our arms out and going up and down the aisles having dog fights, like we were the Red Baron or something, like up and down the aisles of Walmart and not caring, you know. I am totally not kidding. I'm doing that with my kids because we didn't care. We just had fun. We just do stupid stuff. Yeah. Yes, when you find your safe person that you can just be stupid with and not have to worry about it. And I don't mean as in uneducated, but just have stupid fun. Just be silly. You know, that's the best. Absolutely the best. All right. So we're view all. Okay, yeah, here's my intro, I think. I think it is. There's my intro. And Einstein's in there somewhere. There's Darwin. Where's Einstein? I knew he was in there somewhere. It must be at the beginning part. I know he's in there. It is so fast. Yeah, Courtney Love. Courtney Love is autistic. Now, we've got Jerry Seinfeld. Yeah, Wentworth Miller. That kid, I hate him. He's too damn good looking. Jerk. Eminem. I don't. Christine McGinnis, Jefferson, Daryl Hannah, Susan Boyle. I don't know Melanie Sykes so much. Anthony Hopkins, of course. That's Sir Anthony Hopkins. Bill Gates, for sure. Alan Turing, Andy Kaufman, Alex Reed. I don't know him so much. That was Temple. Andy Considine. Who's that? I don't know. Dan Aykroyd. So maybe I didn't have Einstein in there. I thought I did. There's Nikola Tesla. Maybe I didn't have enough beats. Okay, the funny thing is this was kind of taken off of a previous intro I had for my atheist channel. It used the same drum beat. The drum beat is from a band called Stryker. And it was a Christian band that had this intro. And at the end is from another Christian band. And they played the guitar lead at the end. And that's his laugh. So I repurposed some Christian music for this intro. I don't know that much about Eminem, to tell you the truth.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that was me promoting myself, and that has nothing to do with Autism Speaks. Wow, this is a really long thing. Why is this so long? It says it's 37
Michael
minutes.
is a great friend of Autism Speaks.
Oh, boy.
Speaks, and we're very happy to have him join us today. Everyone, shake your palms.
This kind of hurts.
For Michael Williams.
Instead of clapping, pom-pom adults and older adults on the autism spectrum. It's about what each and every one of you do every single day of your lives. And if this is a beautiful representation of that this day, we're reminded that 24/7, 365, you all are doing the loving work, the caring work, the giving work, the courageous work. Niece Dana, who said, we're...
Oh, no. Please, no, no, no. Okay, we got an honor guard.
Way across the globe. Why? So that for
people. We have 180 ambassadors from all the states. And this last week, they were in Washington, and they saw every single person that was there.
No, I'm not gonna go with that just because it's just too much. Midday fix detail on walk. Okay. Let's see.
Let's talk about the Light It Up Blue campaign because yes, it's a problem. The Light It Up Blue campaign was invented by...
Okay, this is 3 days ago. This is Brains with Spoons, and okay, I guess this is Ashley Daniels, but this is Brains with Spoons.
Let's talk about the Light It Up Blue campaign because, yes, it's a problem. The Light It Up Blue campaign was invented by Autism Speaks in April of 2010. And the reason why it's such a problem is because, for number one, Autism Speaks is a hate group towards autistic people. They have never truly cared about supporting or accommodating autistic people. They've only wanted to find a cure for autism, which does not exist, and it would involve killing autistic people. In addition, the Light It Up Blue campaign was founded on the belief that autism is more common in boys, even though it was only studied on boys. And as the result of this, it's created such a deep ripple effect of negative stereotypes about autism that unless you are a cisgendered white boy, you are not even taken seriously in regards to even inquiring about autism. And if you are...
And even then, it's difficult because they don't know what autism looks like.
Are inquiring, you have to jump through so many...
This is terrible because, like, I've met, I think 2 black women that were autistic, and I give them hell and tell them that they don't exist because they've been diagnosed. And it's a bittersweet joke, really, because it is so difficult for a black woman to get diagnosed as autistic. And like I said, I joke about it, but it's not a joke at all. What I am doing is I am acknowledging to that person how difficult it is for minorities and females to get diagnosed.
So many more hoops just to get diagnosed. I hope you found this video helpful, so please, please, please do not light it up blue today. Light it up red instead.
Are you talking about this gal, Ashley Daniels? The girl or the other lady that looks like Penelope? That's Brains with Spoons. I like Brains with Spoons. I know she's autistic ADHD. She talks a lot about ADHD. I don't know this Ashley Daniels as much. I probably follow her though. Yeah, this is Brains and Spoons. Yeah, Brains and Spoons. I love her style. There's that other gal. Who's the gal who has like the pink house and all that stuff that is so cool looking? Okay, an interview with Leah. Oh boy.
Hi friends.
Life's better when you're under our...
Okay, an interview with Leah from Autism Speaks Awareness to Autism Acceptance. I don't think this Leah is from Autism Speaks. Leah's son is autistic. Oh no. Okay, no, please don't do this.
Bundle your home and auto with American Family Insurance.
Okay, this is 2015 and they're still framing it. They're still framing it in the same way, but unfortunately, I think Leah is the mom or something. I don't know. It says, Leah's son is autistic, and in the past she supported Autism Speaks through fundraising, participating in their walks. Leah was an Autism Speaks supporter until last year's walk when she encountered Vancouver ASN chapter protesting the event and took home a pamphlet. After that, after learning the truth about what Autism Speaks stand for, and after being exposed to autism acceptance and neurodiversity, Leah sat down with her son to share her discoveries, and then she asked him what he wanted to do. Oh, Leah. A big autistic hug for Leah. Okay. Big autistic hug. Oh, my goodness. This looks like, what's her name? From, Ask an Autistic. Ashley? Is that her name? From Ask an Autistic?
The Autism Speaks.
That's her. It is her. It is her from Ask an Autistic.
Walk, which ASAN is protesting, so I'm with ASAN protesting. And the walk is pretty much over and things are winding.
She's not doing anything anymore. I don't know what happened. She up and disappeared. I hope she's okay. She just like...
down, but I'm here with one of the people who came.
She let me see. I'm gonna see if I can get her name. I love her work. Amethyst. Amethyst Shaber.
Now, if we apply this method, I've noticed that I have this rate of.
So this is Amethyst Shaber is what her name is. Most if you say amethyst, everybody's gonna know who you're talking about. And guess what? Check it out. I recognized her. Can you believe that? I recognized her. I remembered her face even.
Came to join us and
Well, I mean, once I saw it, I couldn't tell you what she looked like if I didn't see it. But
protest today. This is Leah. And
hello.
And you also know I didn't confirm the identity until I heard her voice.
So I met Leah today, and I was very interested and I guess touched by her story, and I just wanted to give her a chance to share it. So can you talk about how you came to know what ASAN is and protest with us this year?
Okay. I saw your table at the last year's Autism Walk, which was at Science World around that area, and noticed the earplugs right away. Oh, these people speak for our family.
Yeah.
My son has autism and has sound sensitivities. So when I saw that, I went over and started talking to you guys and grabbed a pamphlet. Very glad that you had a pamphlet to take home. So I went and found you, and
that's the power of words.
Yeah. So then we started talking, and my son and I, about the different alternatives that we could do with our time and our power. And so he decided he wanted to protest this year, and so here we are.
I think that's an amazing story. You're such a supportive parent.
Oh, thanks.
Holy cow. I wish everybody was as supportive as you. Oh. And so your son, Jordan, how old is he?
He's 13.
13.
Yes.
That's the age where you really
see how the tone of this whole interview is so different? See how the tone is just so entirely different from when they're talking to Mr. Wright. Yeah, this is just like touching to me how excited Amethyst is here.
Start to come into yourself, into your identity, and so what a great time to hear the message that you aren't broken, you're different. And it's like, it's okay to be disabled, it's okay to be who you are.
Yep. Different, not less.
Different, not, that's right.
That's right.
And so if you could say something to the parents out there who are still...
So this is what I talk about when I know. This is what I talk about when I say a parent can speak on behalf, or when people speak on behalf of autistic people. And she's not speaking for, here's this autistic person interviewing Amethyst, and I just love Amethyst. I hope she's doing okay. I hope she reappears someday and comes back into the community, because I know she is missed. Absolutely.
Supporting Autism Speaks, or who aren't, they might even be anti-ASAN. What would you say to them?
I would like people to know that there's a lot of different organizations. I think we found Autism Speaks because it was the biggest, and it was that sense of community that you could gather with other people. So that's why we were there. It was nothing to do with what they believed in or anything. But then as we went into it, finding out more about what they represent, which we don't agree with at all. But that would be what I would say, is that there's other places, whether it's ASAN or it's Canucks Autism Network or it's, whatever, groups online. I'm part of a lot of autism mom groups where we meet up and we get together with our kids and let them be, So just find...
I was laughing because you could hear the little boy, I think his little boy verbally stimming, going, ah! in the background. And then Amethyst looked over, and then this is probably the boy they were talking about. She kind of looked over, and he was cool. He was good to go. But it was so casual. I want to show you this because this is what it was like. Yeah, there's Amethyst looking over there. Okay, let's see if we can catch this. I think she's kind of like watching
which
him.
we don't agree with at all. But that would be what I would say, is that there's other places, whether it's ASAN or it's Canucks Autism Network or it's, whatever, groups online. I'm part of a lot of autism mom groups where we meet up and we get together with our kids and let them be, So just find community. Doesn't have to be Autism Speaks.
So it's the biggest, but it's not your only option, and it's definitely not your best option.
It's not your best option.
I missed it. I didn't go back far enough.
No. And I think I've told a few people here today that a lot of the other fundraisers that I know from previous years are all also gone from Autism Speaks.
Mm-hmm.
They raise money for other local organizations that actually do services and benefit.
So they're showing right here that you can make a difference by actually going out on the street. Listen what they were saying there.
They raise money for other.
Not your best option.
It's not your best option.
So-
No. And I think I've told a few people here today that a lot of the other fundraisers that I know from previous years are all also gone from Autism Speaks. They raise money for other local organizations that actually do services and beneficial things for our children.
Slowly but surely, Autism Speaks supporters are coming over to the light side, and we're so happy to have them. And so happy to have Julia and to met you today.
Thank you. I'm happy to meet you guys too.
Thanks for answering my questions, and bye, friends.
Was converted from the dark side. Oh my goodness, Brian Harper. So he is the board of directors guy for Autism Speaks. I'm gonna try to see if we can find anything on YouTube. I don't think we're going to find much about this guy. I'm finding that it's kind of hard to find much about these people. Yeah, see, it's okay. Here's that one interview with him. Let's see if I can get rid of the word speaks. Maybe it will pop up. Nope. That's the only time. There's Amethyst again. Oh, hey. Cool. All right, so I'm just going to start closing some stuff out, and I'm going to go down the rabbit hole again. Ooh, gosh, that's a bright page. Why? Oh, that's right. I turned off my dark mode. That dark reader makes such a big difference. All right. Autism Speaks. We got anything in the news today? Maybe? We'll say last month, maybe. I think she is actually autistic. This is talking about the but I think that's the CEO of Canada. Pink, you were so wrong. And you knew exactly where I was going. Anyway, nonetheless, I think this is Token Canada, Alyssa here. I think she's the CEO of Autism Speaks in Canada. Autism Speaks marks an evolution in collaborating with, standing alongside the autistic community by launching Autism Speaks Canada's World Autism Month campaign. It says 1 in 50 youth diagnosed with autism in Canada, which I'm going to attribute to their children not getting diagnosed quite as often. And probably if there's 1 in 50 for adults, like they're showing 1 in 36 ish for, and that's not even a right number, because that was for up to 8-year-olds or something. It was really weird the way they did it, but probably there are not as many adults diagnosed either. Champion of Change program. So this is also in the United States, and the Champions of Change. There are four autistic adults. They are actually autistic. They are not from the actually autistic community. They were all raised in ABA and were all indoctrinated into the ABA thinking, etc. All support Autism Speaks and are part of the Autism Mom community. There is one professor who is an autism mom, and she is the 5th member of the Champions of Change group. She is not autistic. At least she does not claim to be. So the thing is whenever I've seen like 3 interviews about this Champions of Change, 2 with Keith Wargo and 1 with this other dude, the I can't remember what his name was. We just looked at Brian Harper, the board member, the chair of the board. He did the same thing. When they started talking about how these champions of change were supposed to be the autistic representatives of Autism Speaks, to be the go-between and so forth, the entire time he was speaking instead. Both of them were speaking instead of these champions of change that they were saying represented the autistic voice. Their own people. They have their home phone numbers, their cell phone numbers. Probably have their boyfriend and girlfriend cell numbers too. Worse off, their mamas. Darn it. Don't want... I ain't giving mama nobody's phone number. Okay. So, the Champions of Change program includes autistic advocates and advocates. Okay, this is Canada, so they may have different numbers. And spokespeople with a wide range of experience, change, support needs, and connections to autism. Champions of Change are advocates and advisors for the nonprofit organization for Autism Speaks and to the autistic community at large. How? Yeah, Mama would tell all those stories you don't want nobody knowing anything about. Like if it comes to Mama, that person better like you a lot, and you better like them a lot. Autism Speaks Canada's inaugural champion of change, Alyssa Chapman, is a self-advocate dedicated to the celebration of empowerment of all communities. So they're saying she is autistic. They are the happiest doing land-based practices and learning from the indigenous peoples who originally inhabited these lands. Now, Canada, I gotta give Canada this. In the last couple of years, as far as acknowledging their indigenous people, they have been going overboard about it. And I think that's really cool. And of course, I think a lot of this has happened since that one horrific event. That, yeah, you know, that horrific event we don't want to talk about. And I think the same things happened in the United States, by the way, with the institutions and the graveyards and all that stuff that is just horror stories. Anyway, as a person who works for many communities, I feel at home in this role where Autism Speaks Canada. I wonder if she's Indigenous. I wonder, I mean, I know she looks white, but that doesn't mean she is not Indigenous. Or maybe she just cares about Indigenous people. That's weird. It didn't say that she was the CEO. Maybe she's just a Canada, holy jamoli. Yeah, I can't even talk looking at her. Holy jamoli. Maybe she's just a Canadian and like cool. But I thought she was the CEO of the Autism Speaks Canada thing. What was her name again? What is her name? Alyssa. From... What is Saskatoon? Saskatchewan? Saskatchewan? Ugh. My family is supposed to be from Saskatchewan. Yeah, I know. I'm getting so busted. There's Houston, World Autism Day. Okay. I don't see any Autism Speaks. What else did I come up with today that was interesting? Nah, this is all 2016. It's too bad. It's so old. This dude says some weird stuff on this one. I remember he says something weird like right in here.
This is a problem that's only going to get worse and is one that we're going to keep digging a deeper hole. What are your funding concerns and thoughts, and particular concerns for people who are struggling to find the resources they need today?
Yeah, Houston, Texas. Houston, right? Houston. Am I saying it? I'm saying it right. Houston. I don't know. That's how I
But we have to.
I said it as a
95
kid.
walks now in the United States. Well over 400,000 people will walk
Houston.
today.
Is that what I'm saying? Is that what I'm really saying? Houston, Texas? Yeah, Houston.
Sunday, there are going to be somewhere around 10,000 people here walking in this walk here in West Palm. In April 7th, we'll be in Miami.
And then you got Nacogdoches.
That walk will be somewhere between 20 and 25,000, and will be in Broward in November. And that walk is going to be somewhere around 10,000. So the point of it is we need to get the community involved to understand autism. There's a lot of issues that goes into the mental health issue. These parents need community support. It isn't always about money, but it's about understanding, and it's about developing.
She's talking about community support, yet they've never given it, really.
Rhythm inside of a community. And then that's how you get the political effort to get the focus on things, whether it's charter schools or whether it's special education programs or special teachers or doctors and psychiatrists and sociologists, psychiatrists associated with school districts.
I want to go through, and I don't know if I hope I bookmarked it.
In this morning's Health Watch, alarming news about...
Okay, yeah, it's this. I want to look at this one again. Oh, no, it's not this one.
In this morning's Health Watch, alarming news about...
There was a pretty cool one that I watched today.
To the point.
No,
with Michael
I don't
Williams.
care about him.
Joining us are Bob and Susan
Okay,
Wright of
so-
Autism Speaks.
This was an interview with Lamb from Autism Speaks, but I think I'm just going to go to a regular tab here and see what other stories have come up. I'm going to go last month and see what happens. Okay, this is April 1st, New York. Okay, I think I already looked at this. They sure love throwing down that 1 in 36 number. So we celebrating we're Bowling Green, Kentucky. Town of Livingston. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna skip it. Chuck E. Cheese partners. Okay. I talked a little bit about this. I haven't really looked at the story a lot, but here's where you have one of two things going. This is pizzamarketplace.com, so I don't know who originally wrote this story. It could be like kind of partially from a press release, or it could be this whoever. I don't see anybody credited with this, So this might be a press release. Anyway, Chuck E. Cheese. Anyway, this is a good example of people with good intentions doing things that kind of suck. I can't even say it. I wish I could say it. Ugh. Okay, so this is on March 29th of this year. Chuck E. Cheese, the world's leading family entertainment center, is again partnering with Autism Speaks for the World Autism Month in April. Now, remember, World Autism Month comes from Autism Speaks because they basically lobbied the UN. Select locations will host sensory-sensitive Sundays at Chuck E. Cheese. What are they going to do? Freaking unplug everything? Then the kid's going to be like, I can't stim. What the hell? There's no lights or anything. What the hell? I'm a Chuck E. Cheese. What the hell is going on here? I would be lost. What the? Oh shit! Oh shit! They're gonna turn everything off. Okay, it's cool that they're doing sensory Sundays. Okay. That's like, I so want to go to an autism convention. That's got to be the funniest crap. And then what if the people are like, sometimes when Tourette's people get together, they'll start making each other. What if it happens in an autism convention? Yeah, people looking funnier and shit, like everybody. A flap off. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I am laughing at autistic people. Foundation fundraising initiatives include cotton candy for a cause, roundup at checkout, online donations. And that's why that I have this tablet right here on Autism Speaks. It's on Autism Speaks all the time right now. To let them know how much I appreciate them. Actually, it looks like I got off of Autism Speaks. I got to get back there. There we go. Boom. There we go. We'll just stay there and let Autism Speaks know how much I appreciate them. Make sure I plug it in so it doesn't lose its battery. Anyway, I had to use that yesterday. Funds raised will support Autism Speaks, and that's the thing. This is the problem when we have good do-gooders here. These folks from Chuck E. Cheese, they really want to do the right thing. They want to help people with autism, or here I said with autism. They want to help autistic people. I hate it when I start reading this so much. I start picking up their terminologies. It's really bad. So instead of these funds going to autistic people, it's going to Autism Speaks because that's the name people know. That's why they went to the UN, so that when the UN basically said, yes, we'll do World Autism Acceptance Day or whatever, World Autism Day, that qualifies. That's like going, wow, the UN just said that Autism Speaks was cool. And they're a legitimate organization. I mean, they are backed up by the United Nations. Come on. I mean, Hershey's isn't backed up by... Coca-Cola is not backed up by the United Nations, but this organization is. So that gives an extreme amount of credibility. And this is beautiful marketing. Their name is associated with the United Nations all over the world, which qualifies them even further. which means when people think of autism, they think of Autism Speaks, and they start giving to this American company that is getting millions and millions and millions of dollars to their executives and thousands of dollars to autistic people. Thousands of dollars to autistic people. Actually, autistic people. I'm going to get in trouble, Pink, though. I'm going to get too comfortable and have too much fun on here. I am going to get in so much. Yes, exactly. And it's just, you're right, Pink. It is exactly. Howdy, Catalina. You're exactly. It is like a marketing cult. And I do want to take the time here to thank the people who deserve to be thanked. Autism Speaks, my most faithful viewer. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. And please do let me interview you. I really do appreciate that, and that is something I want to do. Alrighty. Our partnership with Autism Speaks allows us to provide a space-inclusive environment for all families, David Phillips, Chuck E. Cheese CEO said. The sensory sensitive Sundays. This is like a joke. This is like a joke, you know. We're going to the quiet day at Disney World. No, Epcot. We're going to the quiet day at Epcot. We're going to the quiet Five Finger Death Punch concert, and I went to a Five Finger Death Punch concert with my son. Yes, I did. No hearing protection. Yeah. All I remember from that, I only remember one thing about you're gonna burn in hell or something. Something over and over. So my daughter, like, you talking to me? You talking to mom? Who the heck you talking to? I'm talking to the screen there, daughter. The company also participates in Autism Speaks employment program and sponsors walks events. So they're really all in, and that's $100,000 or $300,000. Think of this. Chuck E. Cheese alone almost gave as much as all of Autism Speaks gives to actually autistic people, because it's just a little bit over $400,000. Out of that $39 million that they netted last year. And yep. Okay. And you can see the numbers here. Here's, okay, this is a $37 million, excuse me. $37 million Wow. Okay. I'm going to have to start from the scratch here. I had a little emergency that came up. That I had to take care of. I had to go be the hero. So, anyway, I don't even know where to start. What should I talk about? What are you folks interested in hearing about right now? Howdy! Yeah, my daughter locked me out of the basement. My stepdaughter, and then she locked herself out of the basement, so I had to go rescue her. Have I ever been to Scotland? No. But I am 30% Scottish. My family thought I was French and basically English. And, well, I am Welsh, about maybe 5-10% Welsh on the very western coast, of course, of Wales. But the thing is I'm mostly Scandinavian, 60% Scandinavian, Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, and then 30% Scottish, and then whatever else for the Welsh. But yeah, we thought I was French, and well, you know, not that far actually. I think that I'm pretty much just Scandinavian for somehow. I don't know, and I'm like second generation American. Second generation. My father was first. No, I'm third generation. But yeah, I don't know. Our work. Let's take a look at our work. Our vision is. I want to see how ableist is. Now, Pink, I told you. I don't know if you're still here. They changed the language on this. Like here, they have with autism, but on like the 30th or 31st, they went through and really changed a lot of the language to identity first language, which was very interesting. No, I have not been to the UK. The only place I've really been is like Japan, Okinawa, as far as being overseas. I lived in Okinawa for a year. So this is kind of a canned statement that they have, and a lot of times Keith Wargo will say this: Autism Speaks is dedicated to creating an inclusive world for all individuals with that disease, autism, with that horrible, cancerous, worse than childhood diabetes, leukemia, and what was it combined? Yeah. Oh, childhood AIDS. That was right. Throughout their lifespan. Through the years, Autism Speaks, worked tirelessly to provide crucial autism research. Now, what they consider to be crucial autism research. Learn about our science programs. Sorry about that. Learn about our science programs. Autism by the numbers. They got a little. Why did the pink by numbers thing? We got the autism by numbers. You just paint that thing there, and it depends on how artistic you get. Autism Speaks. I'm getting in so much trouble. Autism Speaks is bringing together data sources to address gaps in nationwide autism data with Autism by the Numbers. I haven't heard of this. Created in collaboration with the National Autism Data Center at Drexel University. Now, let's see where this goes. Okay, who we are. Autism. The mission of the National Autism Data Center is to house and utilize data. Okay, house and utilize data. What kind of data? Probably genetic. Yeah, I bet you money. This is like a genetic research thing. What? National challenges require population-level data to develop, implement, and evaluate solutions. Our research team has pioneered in national data to understand the service needs and related outcomes among autistic youth and adults. We use an array of national data sets with value information. See, they're being pretty evasive about what data they're using. Data sources, Medicare, Medicaid. Oh, they're getting information from the government about you. So if you're on Medicare or Medicaid, they're getting personal information about you. Yep. Yep. That's what's happening. National Inpatient Sample, Emergency Department, National... They're not saying anything about the genetic stuff here. Ooh, this is kind of scary in a sense. Do you know what Hans Asperger's job was? He worked with national data sources that contain information about autistic people and their experiences. That's what he did. He worked with national data sources that contain information about autistic people and their experiences. And he became that data source. That's what Hans Asperger did. Just saying. All right, so for the first time, the Autism by Numbers dashboard and annual report centralized autism data across the United States to foster insights of services that serve the autistic individual, spotlight accessibility of supports and services, and enable advocacy in key areas for the autistic community. That's a lot of darn work when you could have just gone to the autistic community and asked them what they needed. The United States, I think, spent several $1 million to try to develop a pen that would write in space. Millions of dollars. It might have been tens of millions of dollars to develop a fountain pen, basically, or a pen that would write in space, because gravity with a ballpoint pen that is pulling that ink down and then hitting the ball, and then that's how we write and so forth. I guess felt tip pens work in the same principle. So anyway, finally, after spending millions and millions of dollars, NASA developed this pen that would write upside down or in space, and the Russians used a pencil. Yeah, the Russians used a pencil to deliver greater visibility. The goal to deliver greater visibility into the landscape of autism supports and services in order to facilitate planning and advocacy. Notice the whole tone here really doesn't have anything to do with autistic people. They're just saying what we, this pious, bigoted group of people, are going to do for autistic people. And they're speaking instead of autistic people. Autism Speaks is bringing other data sources. See, Autism Speaks. The subject here is Autism Speaks. Autism Speaks is bringing together data sources to address gaps in nationwide autism data with the autism by number. See how it just glosses over everything. We are the source. We are the saviors. We are God. Pre-doctoral and post-doctoral fellowships. We're going to fellowship together, friends. Autism Speaks Research Fellowship supports groundbreaking research. Autism Speaks. First of all, white page. We're autistic. It hurts our eyes. Why in the world would you have white pages? How could you possibly not know that white pages would hurt autistic people's eyes? The only reason I mention this is to show how out of touch you've been for almost 20 years with autistic people. So when we talk about research with Autism Speaks, you guys started out with genocide. That was your beginning purpose. Genocide. You did not like the fact that this brain, this normal brain, is autistic. Just like redheads, there are just as many redheads as there are autistic, vice versa. Now, if I wanted to eradicate and make sure that no redheads were ever born, and I wanted to cure them of redheadism so they were no longer redheads, that by definition would be genocide of a type of human being, a red-headed human being. We're talking about the brain here and our personalities, who we are. If you change the DNA in my brain to cure me, to make me no longer autistic, I would be a different person. You would be unlifing one person and creating another. That's why so many of us want to stay autistic. Autism Speaks started out very heavily investing in research to get early detection. One, so people could unlife fetuses at an early stage if they found out their kids were autistic. Two, they wanted to cure to ensure that maybe they could give a shot or whatever in vitro so the child was never born autistic. Once again, to eradicate us from the planet. When your starting point is doing research for the purposes of genocide, no one is ever going to trust you when you say you want to do research. Ever. And when you do said research, when you are giving millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars each year to all these things, science grant, 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 no one is ever going to trust you. Nor can you say that none of this research will ever be applied to eugenics. You cannot say that. You do not know that. The absolute worst, most insulting thing you could possibly do to the actually autistic community is do science research. Instead, you pay your employees millions and millions in bonuses. First of all, why don't you stop doing that and give that to actually autistic people? You only have about $400,000 this last year earmarked specifically for actually autistic families. Instead of taking this money that people expect to go to autistic people to help them, instead of sending it to science to hurt them, why don't you take that money and earmark all those millions of dollars, including those bonuses and those six-figure salaries? Why don't you earmark that to go directly to actually autistic families? Then you would begin to get some credibility. The best thing you can do is completely fold the organization, because it's much like that German organization we all know from World War II, or that sheet-loving to wear organizations in the United States. No matter what, with those two organizations, they are never, ever, ever, ever going to have credibility, and neither will Autism Speaks. No, I love the random questions. Those are awesome. I am. Please check in with me, whoever's watching. I'd love to know who you are. And while I'm at it right now, I would just love to thank Autism Speaks. Thank you so much for being my most faithful viewer. The people at Autism Speaks, I really do appreciate that. That helps boost my numbers. And please let me do an interview with you. I know I am I come out passionate here and everything, but I'm definitely not going to go on there and beat you up or be mean to you or anything. I am going to ask the tough questions like what I'm asking here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to hold back one dang bit, but I will be nice about it. You know, I can be nice. I've heard. Okay, my mama told me that I could be nice. I haven't tried it yet, but it could happen. Okay. All right, so I don't know how I go off on my tangents. Already, okay, just notice the tone of this. This is not for or about autistic people. This is what we are doing, how we're God. This is just like any cult. It always goes back to God, or it always goes back to, I was in a pyramid scheme organization called Equinox, and it was always the methodology of Equinox, which was our doctrine, our Bible. It wasn't real Bible, but you know, that kind of thing. Already, many of our fellows have made important discoveries about autism and how to better meet the needs of people on the spectrum. The Autism Care Network. The Autism Care Network is the first and only network of its kind focused on better autism care, delivered at scale and at speed to improve the quality of life for children with that disease, autism, with that disease, cancer, autism, and their families throughout North America. To hell with everybody else. Just North America. You Aussies don't count. And neither do you Scots, evidently. We don't care about the people on the other side of that pond. We care about the people on the other side of the pond. I do. The goal to improve the health of people with autism. Now, this is a really strange thing to say, because by itself, autism is not a health issue by any means. It never has been. It's not even close to being a health issue. Now, we have all kinds of comorbidities and stuff that are definitely health issues, but autism itself is not. It's just very weird. And once again, we have this with autism. They have changed that language, I know, and I think it's because of me. But I hope that they actually do something. And you know, these pagers are so easy to make brown or a color that doesn't hurt. They are so easy to do. I've built a website before. It's easy. It is not hard at all to do that. The Autism Care Network is a groundbreaking shift that now transforms how better care is developed, connecting the dots between families, researchers, and healthcare teams to continuously improve whole person, whole family autism care. So that's okay. That sounds good. As a learning health system, the learning begins with patient insights, which drive research questions to understand what treatments are most blah, 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 blah. This sounds so great. Then the findings are shared to providers across the network and local communities. The significant shift in autism care improvements accelerates research findings. Because it all goes back to research. They're not doing this for the community. They're doing to accelerate research. This is the real purpose. Findings and gets them into the provider's office earlier than traditional research. So that's what it is. It's about research. Still, that's what they're saying here. Unbelievable. Oh, don't forget to like and subscribe. Darn it. That's unless you're PDA, you don't have to like and subscribe because it's not a demand. PDAers are completely exempt. Okay. Autism and Aging Initiative. This is interesting. I never heard of this. Autism. Now, see how they say we're doing this stuff with 20 sites across the USA and Canada. More sites joining each year. They're not really doing anything. Like, I don't understand how this really does. Supposedly, it's sharing information. Never heard of it. Autism Speaks hosted a virtual thought leadership summit on autism and aging, bringing families together, self-advocates, researchers, and policymakers to discuss the issues. Oh, did you now? Thought Leadership Summit on Autism. Bet you it's not recorded anywhere. What's it called again? Thought Leadership Summit. Oh, okay. Wow, they've got a whole... Oh, that is so loud. Okay, so, what is the first thing we all notice here? Yes, of course, we're all noticing the same thing. How white and bright the screen is, and Autism Speaks, after 20 years, should know, and look, every single one of these, with that same, they should know that that hurts autistic people's eyes. So, I'm going to take a quick look at this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch this, because some of this, like this one's an hour, this is half an hour. I'm going to take a quick look.
A very special thanks for inviting me to speak today at this very important Autism and Aging Summit. As founder and co-chair of the Autism Caucus, as well as co-chair of the Alzheimer's Caucus.
Okay, this is Mike Doyle. Stop. This is Mike Doyle. Now, I've got to run in the other room here. Mike Doyle is one that I made a video about. When he mentions the Autism Caucus, it didn't exist. I'll be right back. So the Autism Caucus is there in name only, and I made a video about this, and let me show it to you here. I don't know if I'll show you the whole video, but I will show you that it exists. But what I found out when I researched was that there is no such thing as the actual Autism Caucus. It does not exist. What it is these senators want to put on their bios that they are part of the Autism Caucus. It sounds good. Now, Mike Doyle has been elected out of office now. This has got to be Mike Doyle. Oh, this is Smith. Okay, this is Smith. I called his office. I called Smith's office because he is still in office. Mike Doyle was his partner. And I badgered the living doo-doo out of these guys. I badgered them so bad because I said, I want to talk to the Autism Caucus. And the guy's like, okay, yeah, we'll take a message. I was like, no, I want to talk to them specifically. Oh, yeah, well, we take those things. I was like, well, okay, can you give me a name of something? Oh, well, we'll just pass it on. I was like, yeah, give me the name of, like, the secretary of the office, or how about a phone number, an address, an email? And I'm just badgering the shit out of this guy. Finally, he's like, well, and I was like, look, we both know it doesn't exist. We know it's all a sham. And see how the comments are turned off here? This is always when you... The reason the comments are turned off is usually because it's a cult. when I'm looking at the page, if it's usually a cult. That's the problem. So let's look at what Mike Doyle has to say. Or excuse me, Chris has to say here. Chris Smith. Anyway, I ended up hanging up on the dude, but the Autism Caucus does not exist. That's bullshit. And to show you, we'll go to my let me see if it pops up like this. Yeah, right here.
Unfortunately, while doing some research today,
This
I
is
found out
16
that
minutes long. Boy, I wasted my time.
Mike Doyle and Congressman Chris Smith. Congressman Mike Doyle. Oh, okay. Autism Caucus. Here we go. And this is main page. Research today. I found out that
I will be going into this later on. This is before I got my teeth. I had teeth and they fell out. They fell and broke in half. It was a horrible day. It took me like 8 months to get teeth.
A very special thanks for inviting me to speak today at this very important Autism and Aging Summit. As founder and co-chair of the Autism Caucus, as well as co-chair of the Alzheimer's Caucus and author of several laws to help people with autism and Alzheimer's, including the Autism Cares Act of 2019, which provides nearly $370 million each year through 2024, and that's a floor, and we're trying to get even more than that. I have consistently fought for investments in research, co-chair of the Alzheimer's Caucus and author of several laws to help people with autism and...
I want to hear his BS. I could barely hear him there.
A very special thanks for inviting me to speak today at this very important Autism and Aging Summit. As founder and co-chair of the Autism Caucus, as well as...
And see, it doesn't exist. I was like, if you try to find the meetings and so forth... thank you, Jose. If you try to find the meetings and so forth, like I said, I made it 16. It's called the Autism Caucus. It's like in purple. It's anyway, I ripped these guys apart. This is a total lie. Straight up, flat out lie. There is no Autism Caucus.
Co-chair of the Alzheimer's Caucus and author of several laws to help people with autism and Alzheimer's, including the Autism Cares Act of 2019, which provides nearly $370 million each year through 20...
And see, what happened was Autism Speaks, the CEO, got directly with Chris or Mike Doyle. I don't know what, but there is no meetings, nothing official. There's no board. There's no events. There's nothing. All there is a list of senators, and everything goes to Mike Doyle's site, by the way, which doesn't exist anymore because he's not a senator. But it mentions Chris, and that's why I went to Chris. And his people just lied their asses off to me. And this is a year ago, so they knew at this point in time. Chris knew I had called him out on this. Of course, it didn't get any traction because nobody knew who I was. But I promise you, if I continue this after this 100 hours and I'm on like 72 or 3 hours now, So only have a few hours left. Only about 30 hours left. I will go into depth about Chris Smith, and we will get some attention over it.
2024, and that's a floor, and we're trying to get even more than that. I have consistently fought for investments in research and services to support individuals with special needs across the lifespan. As a result of meaningful progress, and this has taken all of your work and ours, people with autism are living longer and well into their adulthood. And
he's trying to take credit for autistic people living longer.
Great news, but we need to do better to understand how to meet those growing needs as they age. Aging out is a big issue, as you all know, and we're trying to address that as best we can. This includes helping all of these individuals live with greater independence and in community-based settings so they can live fuller and healthier lives. In order to do so, people with autism require the life skills.
With autism, it's a disease. So this is a canned speech he's reading. He's reading from a teleprompter right there. You can see it in his eyes. That little white spot right there, that's the actual teleprompter. And then around here, these other things it's off of the lens and so forth that is behind the teleprompter of the actual camera that you're seeing on each side. There's some light there I see popping off of that.
It can help them thrive and boost their quality of life. To meet those needs, we need to invest in research and support services to help empower people with special needs and equip their caregivers with knowledge and tools. In this year's...
Now see how, once again, he's speaking instead of autistic people. This is the pattern. This is what has been promoted by Autism Speaks. It's what they do.
The appropriations bill, we're pushing for significantly more research, treatment, and intervention. And we have already asked for a number of dollars, including $150 million for HHS, $15 million under the auspices of DOD, and of course a lot of money in addition to that for research.
Now see how pious this is? This isn't talking about, he's not talking about autistic people at all. He's just saying we.
Also pushing for some money, about $3 million, a modest amount, for the Missing
Money.
Americans Alert Program, as authorized under Kevin and Avante's law, which is a very, very important law to help people when they go missing. And certainly that is shared by many within the Alzheimer's community as well as the autism community. I can tell you we will continue to push and advocate, but I can't thank you enough. You know, Autism Speaks.
I just sound so wonderful, and this is literally lip service. Like I said, literally, I proved that Autism Caucus does not exist. Now, since I got a hold of them or whatever, they may have jumped on it and started doing some stuff, but that was a little over a year ago, I think I spoke to them and called them out.
Has done an amazing job all over the country, even the world, and certainly on Capitol Hill as well, making people aware, motivating, helping us to prioritize, and keeping our eye on the ball. So I can't thank you enough, the leaders of Autism Speaks, for the contribution that you have made.
See, it goes to...
on behalf of those living with autism. You truly are amazing.
Okay, let's look up Chris Doyle. Chris Smith. I want to see if I can find any connections. National advocacy group that promotes research for solutions for autism spectrum disorder presented Chris Smith with their Congressional Leadership Award on for his leadership on behalf of individuals with autism and family. Like I said, he has this front organization that is called the Autism Caucus that doesn't exist. It is not real. Just so senators can buff their bios. Autism Speaks was founded 6 years ago Um, their Congressional Leadership Award recognizes Smith's longstanding service to the autism community. They wouldn't even talk to me. He would not even talk to me. And his extensive work on the issue. This marks the second time Smith has received the award, and you know what? I will make damn sure that he will not get that reward in 2025 if they're still thinking about it. This will be my next. Chris Shivers will be my next person to go after autism awareness is done. We will be going there. Let's see. Smith has authored 4 major laws on. There are not major laws at all. They're barely noticeable. They can barely be considered minor laws because nothing's really happened with them. Accountability Research, Research, Education, and Support Act. Research. Autism Cares Act, a comprehensive that provides $1.8 billion across agencies to fund research. This is not helping autistic people. Across multiple agencies, early detection treatment for children with that disease, autism. Smith's laws also expands government. Go ahead, just leave it there. Smith's law also expands government programs to include older persons with autisms who are often misdiagnosed or overlooked. What programs? Bull. Smith's other comprehensive laws included CARES Act. I'm wondering which can result in serious injury. Smith's involvement in autism issues stepped up in 1997 when 2 constituents, Bobby and Billy Gallagher of Brick, dedicated parents of 2 young autism, walked into his Ocean County office asking for help. The Gallagher continued to work with Smith on autism advocacies today. Gallagher Autism Speaks. I wonder if I'm gonna try to do this on my own. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of Bobby Gallagher here. Bobby J. Now I'm going to see if I can get in here on mine. Ah, I can't. Okay, there's got to be another way to get a hold of her. Okay, yeah, she's with Chris Doyle right there. She is with Chris Doyle right there. I am going to try to message her. How do I message her? in contact with Chris. So I don't know how to send her a message. This is a long time. This is from 2019, so I don't think I'm going to hear from her at all. StreamYard. Oh, maybe Purple did her show today. Anyway, so I think that's very interesting. I'm going to be going back to Chris Doyle. In the meantime, I am going to go. I'm kind of curious about this.
But I'm hoping that as I try to talk a little bit about the work that we're doing around self-determination, that
Okay, no, she's not speaking for Autism Speaks here. Let's see what they have to say here. Now, this is a year ago, and the comments are turned off. I do want to go to Autism Speaks real quick to see if they've done anything recently. And to see if my comments are showing up, because my comments have not shown up on their website. It's like I'm filtered or something. I don't know even how to do that.
We wanted help, but we just didn't know where to turn.
Videos. Okay, we still got that one from 2 days ago. And that is it. Okay. Notice the white screen here. Because we are Autism Speaks and we do not know that that bright white screens hurt autistic people's eyes. We don't know that. Very strange how that works. I'm going to let this go for just a second while I check my phone here.
Good morning, or I guess it's almost lunch. Hopefully people will stick around. It's really a pleasure to be part of this meeting. I'm very pleased that Autism Speaks is focusing on aging and excited about the possibilities. This is a huge topic. It cuts across many perspectives and disciplines. I believe that Autism Speaks turning their attention to this has enormous potential to raise the visibility of this very important area of work. I'm going to focus my talk on the topic of autism in older age and speak more broadly about cross-cutting issues that I think we should be thinking about that will impact research, clinical care and training. And just one sort of caveat disclaimer, I'm going to I was trying to figure out who was attending the meeting, and I'm looking at the participant list and not sure I judged this accurately. I'm going to speak as a researcher, as a scientist, as a clinician, and I'm trying to match the audience, but I have to say that that's hard to do, and this talk is really pitched mostly at clinicians and scientists. So this may seem like an odd place to begin this talk. This is the soon-to-be released sixth issue, cover of the sixth issue of the APA textbook of geriatric psychiatry. The first edition was published in 1989, a few years after I started my clinical training. I remember my first psychiatry rotation on the brand new inpatient geriatric psychiatry unit at Johns Hopkins, thinking that I really wasn't sure what geriatric psychiatry even was.
I don't want to talk. Okay, we're not going to talk about this. This is. I want to talk about Autism Speaks. So And I'm going to put this word, actually autistic, or that term there, and see what happens here. See, when I put in actually autistic, boy, it puts me in a whole different place. Shall we listen to Amethyst? What would you like me to talk about specifically? Are autism moms that bad?
My phone.
Okay, so this is Star Institute. I don't know who they are. Nonverbal girl with autism speaks with autism. Okay, she speaks through her computer.
Oh, it's adorable.
Boy, it's amazing when you put actually autistic. It just throws that algorithm off. What's PSA? What's PSA? Prostate specific antigen? No. Prostate? No. Now, what is PSA? I don't know what PSA is. It won't tell me what PSA is. Oh, public service announcement. That's what it is. Oh, no. Bad. Whoops. BZD, bad. We're going to put bad and see what happens here. I want to go over something I haven't gone over before. Autism moms.
Hi and welcome back to PDA-UK. In this episode,
Okay, so yeah, this is a great one. I don't know if I've seen this one or not. Let me see.
Problematic.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that one, unfortunately. I just talked about it yesterday. What would it take for me to change my mind about Autism Speaks? And hey, don't forget to hit like and subscribe when you get on these
Hey everybody,
things.
it's Nathan Love with a very special video. If you've been watching this channel for a while, then you probably know
Well,
that
yeah, but I was looking at PSA as in public service announcement. I'm like, what?
I'm not a huge fan of Autism Speaks. I mean, the
I'm actually a PDA autistic myself, actually.
title of my autism advocacy series is a not-so-subtle dig at them. Recently, I saw this Twitter thread from William Shatner back in March that was basically...
Okay, William Shatner. I had a personal run-in with William Shatner. Somebody in his on his Twitter was saying that it was about this time of year, saying that Autism Speaks was great, and so I chimed in and I said that most autistic people probably would not agree with them, and William Shatner jumps in and calls me an idiot, and I thought, okay, this is William Shatner. He must have misunderstood my position. I must have written it wrong. You know, I'm autistic, so I rephrased it and I put it down, and he doubled down. So there is that. William Shatner has a huge issue with being abusive towards autistic people. And the weird thing is that a lot of people believe that William Shatner is a representative of Autism Speaks, but he's not.
Arguing that
Autism Speaks will not speak out against him, by the way, either.
Speaks has changed for the better, and that those of us in the actually autistic movement should really take that into account, and that we should give them the just credit for that. And this got me thinking about the defeasibility test. The defeasibility test in argumentation and reasoning is basically asking the question, what would it take to change your mind? So today I'm going to run a version of this test on my own view of Autism Speaks. Basically, I'm asking the question...
And I think what's this called? This is a great test.
To account, and that
I'm gonna try to I'm gonna kind of steal this fair and square. I think, for sure. I've been already kind of talking about this and trying to explain why, like Autism Speaks shouldn't be donating to any research or having anything to do with any research. It's because in order for people to believe that Autism Speaks is a legit organization, they simply cannot do scientific research anymore. They will never, ever be trusted.
You should give them the just credit for that. And this got me thinking about the defeasibility test. The defeasibility test in argumentation and reasoning is basically asking the question, what would it take to change your mind? So today I'm going to run a version of this test on my own view of Autism Speaks. Basically, I'm asking the question, what would it take for me to change my mind about Autism Speaks? Basically, what would they need to do in order for me to view them as a positive force in the neurodiversity movement? And I think that...
And for me, that would be... I don't know if they could. I don't think they could, actually. Well, no, they could. They could. But, like I said, the first step would have to be to... they'd have to get redo their board completely, with at least a majority of actually autistic people. That would be number one. The majority of the board would have to be actually autistic people, for sure.
That this is an important question for all of us to ask ourselves, because as it stands, Autism Speaks is still the largest autism advocacy organization in the country. And a lot of people still donate to them with good intentions. So when we're talking to people that have good intentions, that do want to donate to some type of autism organization that they believe will help people in the autism community, we need to be ready with the reasons as to why Autism Speaks is not the right organization for them to donate to. The first thing that would need to change is their board of directors. For quite a long time, Autism Speaks was heavily criticized for the fact that they did not have any autistics on their board of directors. And then in 2015, they got 2 out of 25. 8% representation. Now, I see the value in not alienating your natural allies. I see the value in neurotypicals being involved in the neurodiversity movement. So I'm not going to argue that no neurotypicals should be on the board of directors, but a majority of them should be autistic. We need to be in charge of our own movement. And while the organization is primarily run by neurotypicals, we cannot be. The second thing that needs to change. One thing that Autism Speaks has been criticized for quite a long time is how heavily they put their funding towards research. Now, to be clear, autistics, when they criticize the research that Autism Speaks does, they're not saying that research into autism in and of itself is bad. We're autistics. We love research.
And the thing is, like I said, no one will ever trust Autism Speaks doing research. If anybody is going to do research, the last organization that should ever be doing research or funding research or having anything to do with research is Autism Speaks.
We're saying that the primary focus that the research is on is misdirected. Now, it used to be that the primary stated goal of Autism Speaks research was to cure autism, which a lot of us had a problem with. Now it's focused on things like kits that direct parents to help their children act as neurotypical as possible, while also telling the parents to treat the autism diagnosis as some kind of grieving process, as if their child died or something. Some things that I think are more worth focusing on are the way...
This sounds fairly current. This is 4 years ago.
ways in which we can help autistics overcome the sensory issues. But don't effectively tell autistics that the only way that you can be accepted by society is if you learn to act as normal as possible. The reason why the social aspects of autism are disabling is because of the stigma that society places on us for acting outside of the norm. And telling us that it is on us to change how we act in order to be treated better is victim blaming. Fight the stigma. Not us. Which means that autistics need to be heavily involved in every step of the research process, as both consultants and as researchers. And trust me, there are plenty of autistic scientists. Which brings me to another important point. In 2014, there was an amendment proposed to the Autism Cares Act, which would have basically required that autistics be involved in any research pertaining to autism that receives any type of government funding. Autism Speaks lobbied against the amendment and ultimately killed it. So the third thing is that Autism Speaks needs to acknowledge in a very public apology that they did that, acknowledge that it's wrong, and actively lobby to make sure that it is included in the future. My fourth thing, and this is probably the area where a lot of autistics will probably say, yeah, because of this, I am never going to see Autism Speaks as a positive force no matter what they do. And that is acknowledging the truly horrific fear-mongering tactics that they've used in the past and apologize for it and acknowledge their role in making the problem worse. And this goes beyond just advocating for curism. I'm talking about things like Autism Speaks' I Am Autism video, in which this ominous voice narration talks to parents about how much autism is going to ruin their life. Or that time that they did this documentary in which the former vice president of Autism Speaks talked about how when she found out that her daughter was autistic, she thought about killing herself and her daughter, and the only reason why she didn't was because she had a neurotypical daughter at home, and she said all of this to the camera while her autistic daughter was right there. I remember seeing this crap that they put out back when I was in high school, and it was devastating to my self-concept as an autistic. Now, to be fair to Autism Speaks, they have shifted their rhetoric in some ways. They're no longer directly advocating for a cure, and as far as I've seen, they haven't put out anything glorifying parents that talk about wanting to kill their children. But you don't get credit for ceasing to put gasoline on a fire that you helped start. They need to very publicly acknowledge that they were the villain, and they need to very publicly apologize. And they need to actively fight against anybody that uses the rhetoric that helped them get this far. Finally, and this might seem less significant, but I do think it's important to bring up. The blue puzzle piece has got to go. The blue puzzle piece was created by neurotypicals in order to define the autistic community. But they don't get to define who we are. Only we get to do that.
No.
So that symbol's got to go. And whatever the new symbol is, needs to be created by autistics. I think that these standards are perfectly reasonable. And I think that they encapsulate the many gripes that a lot of autistics still have with Autism Speaks. But I'm curious to hear from y'all. What would your defeasibility test be for Autism Speaks? Is there no world that you can see existing in which Autism Speaks is a force for good? If so, make an argument. I'd love to hear from you. That's today's video. Thank you all for watching. If you liked this video, please give it a like, a share, and if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel. Check out some of my other stuff, and you will see me in the next one.
That was interesting. That was kind of cool. I never have dealt with that guy before. I don't know who he is. I wish I had my other channel.
Hey guys, so this week's video, I wanted to do something a little bit different. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the deal is with...
And this is Lyric. She's also known as a neurodivergent rebel.
Light Up Blue and Autism Speaks and Red Instead, and why a lot of autistic people actually do not support and actually really dislike Autism Speaks, and why many autistic people ask that non-autistics do not light up blue in April for Autism Awareness Month. And so I just kind of want to talk about that in this video because I get these questions a lot, and I thought it would just be easier to put it all in one place. So if you're curious about any of that and the what's the deal with Autism Speaks and Light Up Blue and why do autistic people say no to this every April, stay tuned and I'm going to talk about it. So, Autism Speaks started in 2005 by Bob and Susan Wright. They have 2 daughters that I know of because both of them have come at me on Twitter before, telling me, threatening me, and saying different things. And so I've blocked them. But this was...
It's so weird. I haven't gotten the threats. I don't know why.
Started because Bob and Susan's autistic grandson. And this family has a lot of money. Let's see. It was estimated that in 2013, Autism Speaks CEO's salary was $371,000.
I think my son and I are 2, though. Neither is diagnosed. I'm not diagnosed a PDA profile. I think one doctor might have put PDA profile next to my name once. I'm not sure. But in the United States, you're probably not going to get recognized officially as PDA profile. And that's the best that they could do. They'll call it... well, like I said, you won't be diagnosed in the United States as PDA. You'll be diagnosed as autistic PDA profile at best, if the doctor knows what it is. But most most don't know.
Let's see what else. Autism Speaks spent over $52 million in advertising.
That was about 2018, I think. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I just had seen that too, but yeah, I remember that was a big year for some reason.
1 year. So with all of that, they're pulling in a lot of money. This family and this organization has a lot of money, and the problem. There's a lot of problems. One, let's start with their name, Autism Speaks.
It should be autistic. Autism Parents Speak.
It is an organization full of non-autistic people who are speaking about autism. And the name implies Autism Speaks, that they need to...
And as I say, instead of autistic people. They say they speak for autistic people, which they shouldn't do at all. But they instead speak instead of autistic people.
Speak for autistic people. And ironically enough, as I've seen with daughters, Katie and whatever the other girl's name was, when autistic people do try to speak up and say that they disagree with Autism Speaks or the messages that Autism Speaks,
they get fired.
Stands out. Autism Speaks actually seems to be trying to silence autistic people.
Actually, no, they didn't get fired. The person left. They felt so uncomfortable that they left. Bob something.
So that's an issue. At least from my experience with Katie and her sister. The other issue is the amount of money they're pulling in and the use of that money. You know, they say they're funding research and helping families, and a very small percentage of that actually goes to helping families and giving back. A lot of their money actually goes into marketing their organization. Mm-hmm. And, you know, salaries of their CEOs and people like that. So, and
the salary of CEO was like $600,000 basically overall, was what we saw on Nonprofit Explorer. And I did not find the expense accounts, but they are there somewhere. Okay, here's Keith Wargo, 627,000. Next up was 360, almost 400,000, basically. Chief Science Officer. Woo! Every time I see that, I think like Star Trek. The Chief Science Officer. Geordie LaForge. Chief Operating... Like, these are so... You know, Elon Musk was like the most greatest king or something of... at Tesla. His title is like the most greatest king of all, or some kind of... It's ridiculous thing. And he said that's literally his title, because he just thought it was funny, because he's like, it's just all pulled out of people's butts, you know, whatever. And I thought that was quite brilliant of him. Okay. So, yeah, I already had that pulled up. Anything pop up in the news? Wow, I am really happy. There is not a lot of stuff popping up in the news about Autism Speaks, really. Autism Speaks puzzle. Okay, cool. This is cool. This is a week ago. Isn't it weird that they make her look ridiculous here? Hey, look, she's got a lasso. That's called a rope. Or a lariat. Most people I know just call it rope. But it's a very special kind of rope. If they say, I'm going to go get my rope, you know it's a lariat. It's a very, very rigid rope. Very, very rigid. It's Autism Awareness Month across the globe. And whilst plenty of organizations have devoted themselves to raising awareness regarding autism, the symbol chosen for the cause has caused some controversy. And we're talking about that famous puzzle piece here. Right here. And they're going to talk about how it was blue at first, probably. Originally, the piece was reportedly intended to symbolize the uniqueness of individuals with autism, because it's a disease. See how they have it framed as with autism? That's very, very common, and that's something that Autism Speaks has perpetuated. It now has become recognized worldwide as a symbol for the awareness of autism. That being said, that's not all the puzzle piece means, and choice to use it has caused a bit of controversy considering the implications. So I'm going to see real quick. I'm going to just check, because I think Eileen texted, or, well, I think through the website. I think she's the media lady, the media person. I think she runs the Autism Speaks website or page on TikTok. I'm pretty sure Eileen runs it. And this is so funny. This is so funny. This is Autism Speaks. Have you tried reaching out to our... Is it going to be back? Oh, it's not going to come into focus, is it? Oh, wait. Ah! Anyway, have you tried... This is Autism Speaks talking to me. Reaching out to our autism response team. That's the art, and I go on that every day now just to show that it doesn't work. They will be able to help you. It doesn't work, and you know that. We also have several ACC guides. Let us know how we can help. Wait, okay. Have you tried reaching out to the actually autistic community? Okay, they will be able to help you. Oh no, I'm gonna do it. They will be able to help you. Let us know how we can help. Let's see. It says we also have several AAC guides. We also have many ADHD guides. Or should I just say guys? Guys. Let us know how we can help. Let us know how we can help. Exclamation point. I'm kind of trolling them. I'm kind of trolling them right now. This is terrible. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Kimberly's like, yeah, they didn't respond to me either. I did put earlier, Eileen, who's the person that manages this page? Because I'm pretty sure Eileen manages the page. That's why I was like, Eileen, who runs this page? And because the reason is Eileen sent me a personal message from Autism Speaks, I think, yeah, that's what it was. That's where I got the personal message. Let's see if I can PM message. Nope, this was to Autism Speaks. So I got it from somewhere else, another page. Maybe Eileen's page. Anyway, she sent me one directly on TikTok saying who she was and all that stuff. In an article titled Autism No Puzzle, Nothing Wrong With Us from Altogether Autism, which I don't know who they are. Oh, we've got the article here. A New Zealand-based nonprofit dedicated to offering health and disability information. Author Paula, that must be Jessup because it's New Zealand. Because I would say Hesop. Anyway, writes about the damaging effect that Autism Speaks campaigns have, as I have pointed out, pointing out that autistic people find the Puzzle Peeps a reminder of an organization that spent years running very public campaigns in America that framed autism as a tragic disease. That is very true. And that still persists to this day. And they still use the puzzle piece to this day, knowing that. And they said that, you know what, if you don't like it, that's your problem. And I can show you that on the Autism Speaks website, which we'll go to in a bit. So, the organization's approach feels more like it's trying to eradicate autism rather than actually help people. And obviously the connection between Autism Speaks and the symbol of the puzzle piece it adopted has left a bad taste in people's mouth. That's true. Back in the mid-2000s, there were even numerous ads from organizations that caused offense by suggesting that autism is a curse or that it ruined families. Yeah, and it went way beyond that. TikToker Saran Wrap made a short TikTok calling out Autism Speaks, as well as claiming that the autistic community is no longer claiming the puzzle piece. And I've said much more than that myself. It's also got a lot to do with what the puzzle piece implies after all. What ideas do you associate with the symbol of puzzle piece? The idea that something is missing, incomplete, needs solving. Can you see why these associations could be offensive towards autistic people? Howdy, Auntie. You can see why these associations could be seen as offensive towards people with autism, that disease autism. Furthermore, it pushes a stigma against autistic people, whilst, I so not like that word, simultaneously infantilizing them with the puzzle piece, undermining a person's autonomy and individually as a person. Well said. Well said. Not well read, but well said. Okay. Intentional or not, for many, the puzzle piece is no longer a valid symbol for the autism awareness. It never was, but I can see that argument. Let's just move right along. It's become associated with an organization that seemingly doesn't have the best interests of autistic people in mind. They don't. They are a money, profit-oriented organization. They give money to research. As long as they're giving any money to research, they will never, ever, ever be considered a legitimate organization. Never. They have broken that trust. It's just not going to happen. However, there are other symbols for autism that have been used in the past, such as the infinity symbol, which has been gaining popularity, particularly with like the rainbow thing going through the infinity thing. Okay, so that's pretty much, I guess, it for that one. First, Arab Middle Eastern genetics research in autism goes global. Uh-oh. I want to see if... See, I put in Autism Speaks, and this pops up. So I want to see if there's some kind of connection here between this and Autism Speaks. Like, I just found a connection between Mr. Wright and Donald Trump just recently. And that is, if you Donald Trump went on that show, I don't know what it was called, where he got really popular or whatever. Well, the president of NBC Broadcasting was Bob Wright, who he and his wife were the co-founders of Autism Speaks. So he actually knows Trump, probably personally. And so I'm not saying that he has any connections to his politics, he likes him, or anything else. I'm just saying that he knows people that are in some very powerful political places, or maybe not so much. We shall see. The study, which has been at the forefront of the autism spectrum disorder research in the region for several years, and published its pilot phase in the prestigious Genome Medical Journal. How did I know it was going to go there? How did I know that it was going to go to genetics? immediately. Okay, so let's see if this even mentions... I don't see them mentioning Autism Speaks here. So I'm not going to pin this on Autism Speaks by any means. Nah, this is... I don't know why this pops up under Autism Speaks. Very strange. Autism Awareness Day commemorated. Awareness Day. I'm actually going to click on this just so I can get rid of it, so I know that I looked at these already. Act fearlessly for change. Autism Speaks. Now, when we look at these new pages like this, what we want to look at is, what is the attitude that these random news sources, that these random people, these random media people, what is their perception of Autism Speaks? How do they frame it? And what is their perception and their deference towards autistic people? Do they come from the autistic person's point of view, or do they worship Autism Speaks? And you're going to find that most of them, probably including this one, will be framed in a way that it is going to be all about Autism Speaks. Wait, we got...
Is diagnosed with that. So during this... In the years since autism became a diagnosis, the prevalence has steadily increased, and some might even say skyrocketed. Today, an astounding 1 in 36 children...
And the ones who will say it skyrocketed would be Suzanne Wright, for sure. She's literally said
in the U.S.
almost identical. Epidemic is the word she liked. And also Bob Wright used that word too.
Is diagnosed with that. So during this World Autism Month, let's work on education, on understanding and acceptance. From Autism Speaks, Sherry Weithman joining me, along with my colleague Jared Smalley, also on the Leadership Council at the organization. So good to have you both here.
Thank you for having us.
All right, Sherry, I first want to talk about that number, that 1 in 36. Kind of hard to digest and hard to think about
right in the middle
that
of it.
increase, because we'll hear, that it has doubled, tripled, risen by over 100% in some years. So what are we looking at as the reason?
I think the one thing, there's several things to focus on, but the one thing is to really think about, we've gotten better at diagnosing autism. We have lowered the age of diagnosis.
Now, see the little puzzle piece there?
Especially in minority communities, which is amazing. And we know that through research that lowering the age of diagnosis and, providing that early
research
intervention is critical for success.
Yeah, absolutely.
Success of what? Success of what? Putting us in ABA and making us look like neurotypicals, or success of helping us thrive as individuals and excelling in school far beyond the capability of holistic people? I believe that with a lot of autistics, that if we were kind of coddled in a sense, in the sense of our education, I think we could go way above and beyond what our peers could in whatever our special interests were or whatever else. And I think that would be very, very easy to happen for us too.
Absolutely. And so I want to talk about your involvement, Jared, because it began as a very personal reason, obviously, why you became involved and got to know Autism Speaks. So remind those who aren't familiar about your journey with autism.
Now see how this is framed. This is what we were talking about. Whose journey is this?
Diagnosis and...
Do we have an autistic person there? Are we talking about this from an autistic perspective? Do we care about the autistic person? Is the autistic person being qualified, is knowing what is going on with their own condition? Are we qualifying the fact that there might be people like me whose grandmother was very much likely to be autistic? My mother was definitely autistic. I'm autistic. Nobody ever questions that. That was my upset, mean look, because nobody ever questions I'm autistic. My kids were autistic, or my daughter is, and I might have a grandson that's autistic. That's intergenerational.
You know, providing that early intervention is critical for success.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I want to talk about your involvement, Jared, because it began as a very personal reason, obviously, why you became involved and got to know Autism Speaks.
Okay, those socks are okay. If the whole puzzle thing didn't exist, even with this background behind me, no, dude, the socks have got to go. They are not cool. It's no.
So remind those who aren't familiar about your journey with autism.
First of all,
whose journey with autism? His journey.
Apologize for my voice. This is a very long journey, and it is a reminder of how old I'm getting.
A very long journey. It was a long journey because my kid was artistic. I don't know if I was funning with that stutter, or if that was actually a real stutter. I couldn't tell the difference.
But more than that, how old my boys are.
How old?
My oldest is 18.
Oh.
Terrifying thought.
That is so terrifying.
Youngest is 16, and when Brady was first diagnosed, we got involved because in the beginnings of Autism Speaks, the original founder of Autism Speaks, the original chair, Bob.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Look what he's got. He's got on. Okay, Dad doesn't have them, but the two boys do. That's cool.
Right, former co-chair of NBC.
Maybe they went to a football game or something.
And so we had this sort of natural endpoint with Autism Speaks as an organization. They were doing a lot of autism programming at that time, back when the diagnosis rate, to the point you just made, was 1 in 150.
Yeah.
And what a dramatically different world we have now. My boys, obviously, you can see they're taller than me, and we have lived this journey with them. Their abilities have changed throughout the years. They've evolved. They've had great resources here in Central Ohio. The things that we have available to our children just aren't common across the country. And so we're very fortunate. And, you know, every day is unique.
Sure.
But that's okay. And I've sort of really embraced it.
And everyone, obviously, who gets this diagnosis is also unique. Are there certain misconceptions, Jared, that you still see or things?
No, we're not. Not really. No more unique than anybody else. We're just human beings. Our brain, I mean, some people have different textures of hair and colors of hair or whatever. We have autistic brains. Our brains, people have different skin tones. I say we have different brain tones. Our brains are just different. That's it. But we're still human. I mean, it's basically the same stuff in there. And all digging around, it's just wired up a little bit different. You know, Uncle Joel, he got drunk that one night. He got his hands up under that hood, and holy jamoly. I guarantee you it wasn't no vaccinations that called that right there. I have no idea what that was. I'm so sorry.
Is it you wish people just understood more about autism and about those who are dealing with it?
Well, this is Acceptance Month, right? And so the biggest thing is in society, when you take kids to a restaurant, when you go out in public, when you go to a park, I've noticed now that the expectation is so much different than it was 20 years ago. When you think about acceptance of people who have you know, nonverbal situations, who may act out, who may have some aggression, who may have may make some unusual noises here and there. That's like my youngest, Tyler.
Yeah.
He'll sing to himself.
I tick. I totally tick. And I'm starting to tick more and more in public, which is so weird to do. When you're not
lovely songbird.
Lovely during dinner time.
But the reason I'm starting to tick is because I'm just starting to relax and be like, you know what, it's okay for me to be me. And I'm being more comfortable with myself out in public. And okay with the fact that I might, you know, pop off with a na-na-na-na or whatever, or weird noises here and there, or sometimes weird sentences. Who knows?
Yeah.
I hate it when I see a label or something that says a name on it and it all just pops out. I'm like, I didn't even say that. How did it escape? Because it was not up here. Like, where did that come from?
Now, when you go to a restaurant, it's not that uncommon. It's not where you would walk in and say, "Oh, what's going on over there?"
That's great.
It's actually just kind of, you don't feel any different anymore.
Yeah. Ariana?
And I think that's a sign of acceptance and inclusion and awareness and all those things that we've been striving to achieve for all these years.
For all these years. And today, World Autism Day during the month. And I know there's kind of a theme of this, to act fearlessly, right? To pledge to act fearlessly. What does that mean to you, Sherry? What should it mean to folks?
I think in a world where autistic individuals...
This is going to be great. How are they going to... Oh, by the way, this is Token. This is Token. Her name is Eileen Lamb. She is the media something. And these are her two boys. She is actually autistic. Now, I understand they have 216 employees at Autism Speaks. If you take a random sample of 216 people at 1%, you will have 2 autistic people anywhere in the world. So think about this. If you took a random sample of 216 people anywhere in the world, you're likely to have 2 autistic people. One more than Autism Speaks has. In other words, if you take a random sample of people, you are going to have more autistic people than they have employed at Autism Speaks. And they are bragging about this business inclusiveness thing that they're promoting right now. And they even have gotten awards for this business inclusiveness program thing. And it is hilarious because they're talking about all this. Oh, and they got this award for business inclusiveness and all this. And I am so laughing. Okay, first of all, this business inclusiveness, I so hope I kept it up here. But the funny thing is it was a they sent a survey that the employees themselves filled out, supposedly. And then they send these back in. So it could just get sent into the secretary, and the secretary could just fill these things out. You know, I got to fill out 200 of these damn things. Holy hell. You know, pass them around to 4 or 5 people or whatever and get her done. I'm not saying that's what was done. I'm just saying that when it's a self-survey and they just mail them stuff, it doesn't mean anything at all. Anyway, so they get this rating review from this self-survey group or whatever the hell it was. I really got to find that again. That was so classic. No, I didn't keep it. Anyway, yeah, that was just beautiful. Maybe I got it here somewhere. I don't think I do anymore. What a bummer. Yeah, no, I don't have it anymore. Okay, so nothing's wrong with us. So let's get into this. This is Paula Haysop? Or Jessup? Many autistic people strongly dislike the puzzle piece as a symbol for autism, writes Paula. I'm going to call her Jessup. I'm going to guess it's a very Caucasian. Right. I live in an area that's 60% Hispanic, so you got to read things a little bit differently here. The puzzle piece as a symbol for autism was originally used by the National Autism Society in the UK. Yes, we know about that. Time went by. It was used to represent autism by an organization in America, Autism Speaks. So is this a UK person? Where is Takawatagana? Wow. I have no idea where this is. This looks like an islander name. I'm going to guess this is like the island, Hawaii. No? An organization in America. Maybe it's Hawaiian? Autistic of who? Okay, I've got to figure out where this is. I'm saying it's Hawaii. Oh, New Zealand. Okay. Okay. Close enough, I guess. No, actually, it's not. It looked like they were saying that the way she worded this, it was outside of American territories at least. But okay. Autism Speaks then went on to use the puzzle piece in a very big autism awareness campaigns in America, leading to the puzzle piece being adopted as the symbol for autism. That is correct. Remember, Autism Speaks always wants to categorize itself, always wants to be associated as the leader, the source of information for autism. That's how they want the entire thing framed. So that way, when someone thinks of autism, they get a cousin or whatever, they want to donate to autism, they think of Autism Speaks, and they go straight and they donate to Autism Speaks. So they want to be the first word associated with autism. And it works. And that's why they made $39 million last year. Net. That was their net. That was the net. And then they paid millions and millions of dollars to their executive staff, like in the six-figure salaries, like all over the place, and then six-figure bonuses and six-figure expense accounts. Yeah, it got crazy. It's totally crazy. And you can see the numbers on Autism Speaks, Nonprofit Explorer, or Charity Review. Is it Nonprofit Explorer? Yeah, Nonprofit Explorer. Okay, autism awareness campaigns historically have been modeled on campaigns to raise awareness of diseases like illnesses like cancer. Early autism awareness promotion was based on organizations and parents' belief that autism is a disease, which was wrong, of course. It's the way our brains were formed in our mother's wombs when we were fetuses. Just like a neurotypical person's brain is formed a certain way, ours was born a certain way. It's kind of like the difference between our skin tone, our brain tone, as I put it. Anyway, Autism Speaks was the biggest organization to approach autism awareness from this perspective. That's because they started out with $35 million for advertising campaigns and stuff. So they were able, I think they stretched that over the first year or two. I'm not sure, but and they pushed it really hard, and they started gaining so much income from their first initial push that they almost immediately became directly associated with any kind of autism. And like I said, Suzanne and Bob Wright and I can't remember his name, the chairman of the board now. They've all pushed and pushed for Autism Speaks to be known as the authority. Again, if they are the source, people, and they are the authority on autism, who are you going to give money to? If you want to help autistic people, naturally you're going to want to do the right thing and help the most autistic people you can, and give to the best organization there is. And because of name recognition, it leads to credibility. Whether a company or whatever is credible or not, they will be thought of as credible. Right? So, autism awareness campaigns. Okay. Autism Speaks was the biggest organization to approach autism awareness from this perspective that autism is a disease requiring fixing and curing. That is very, very true. They did want to cure. That was the purpose of the organization, was to cure autism, was to eradicate autism, much like they tried to eradicate polio or measles from the population, at least for the most part. Therefore, their campaigns were the most hurtful, upsetting, and offensive to autistic people. Well, it portrayed us as evil, as destroying marriages, bankrupting families, being worse than childhood diabetes, leukemia and AIDS combined. And those were the statements that the Autism Speaks itself made. In 2006, as part of Autism Speaks, I'm going to get this down. Actually, it doesn't matter because we're looking right there. If we're reading off of this anyway. In 2006, as part of Autism Speaks campaign for autism awareness, the organization ran in a range of advertisements on television and created a short film about autism that featured the organization's leader at the time talking about the desire to kill herself. I don't know if she was a leader. I know she worked for Autism Speaks. I can't remember her name, but she went on and she had a disagreement with them later on about vaccines because Autism Speaks was still pushing for research for vaccines causing autism. She disagreed with that and finally left the organization and went and started another autism research organization. And she did make this statement. She spoke of these urges in the film with her daughter was in the room standing right behind her, who could hear what she was saying right behind her. Although I don't think her daughter was paying attention or anything else. I think she was kind of in her own world doing her own thing, which we often do. Either way, having the audacity to say such a thing, that you want to take your child's life, or that you thought of taking your child's life in front of your child because they are broken or what have you, is, I mean, that could just cause, that could be terrible for life. Autistic people continue to be horrified. There was ever a time it was seemingly socially acceptable for people to discuss killing us while we listened. Yeah, and that's what they did. They normalized people discussing killing us with us right there. Literally, that's what they were doing. Another advertisement featured comments that autism ruined families and was almost a curse to families. Yeah, they portrayed it. The commercial most reminds me of Blair Witch Project, those commercials, which I think the commercials were probably far better than the movie, but they were brilliant commercials. Go ahead and say hello, whoever's there. I'd like to give a shout out and say hello to you. Their campaigning held a lot of negative ideas about autism. That is very true. And they I totally lost where I was. That people found very offensive and unfair. So due to this, the whole range of issues with Autism Speaks, autistic people find the puzzle piece a reminder of an organization that spent years running very public campaigns in America that framed autism as a tragic disease. The autistic people, the puzzle piece represents negativity about autism, not a positive perspective of autism. A second issue for autistic people is the puzzle piece also represents viewing us as a puzzling or a mystery. Often terms used in the past referring to autism for autistic people is problematic. We do not wish to be viewed akin to a puzzle piece that cannot be worked out. Autistic people tend to use rainbow infinity symbol as connected to the neuro. You know, the thing is, though, is if Autism Speaks started using the infinity thing, then I think I might get upset about that, because I just don't want them associating anything at all with me. Autistic people, let's see. For autistic people, if they see an organization or parents using the puzzle piece and they know the history of the puzzle piece, they will assume the organization does not consult with actual autists. Yeah. They will assume an organization does not consult with actually autistic people and may find that problematic. How long have I been preaching this now? Well over a month. Consecutively, let's see, I've got almost 7 hours. 74 hours consistently now. Or they may assume a organization disregards their family or their feelings towards the symbol and find that very disrespectful. And that's what I've been saying, because they continue to have this. And this is where it gets weird. Okay? This is where it starts getting weird. Watch what they do here. Now, this is a puzzle piece. Now, this whole thing I was reading about the puzzle piece, how problematic it is. Watch this. The puzzle piece, with its current spectrum of colors, is meant to be representative of the spectrum of perspectives and experience autistic people may have. They don't know. They don't know for sure. They might have those feelings and perspective. We're not going to ask them either. We believe that Autism Speaks believes that Autism Speaks, sorry, it went all over the place. I don't know where I was now. Ah, come on. Okay. Autism Speaks believes that Autism Speaks okay, here we go again. Autism Speaks believes that Autism Speaks are updated, more colorful piece represents inclusivity and optimism. So it says, we believe that our Autism Speaks updated, more colorful puzzle piece represents inclusivity and optimism. So Autism Speaks believes that it represents inclusivity and optimism. This puzzle piece that they knew that autistic people hated. As Autism Speaks looks towards a future of progress for those on the autism spectrum. So in other words, we don't care what you think. We support the community no matter what color they decide best represents their position on the spectrum. Eileen Lamb talks about our position around the puzzle piece.
My name is Eileen Lamb, and
let's see what she says. I might have to throw down Miss Wright and see what she says here, which was always entertaining. And I've got her, kind of queued up. I got a tab for her.
My name is Eileen Lamb, influencer, published author, and autistic mother of 3, with 2 boys on the spectrum. You're watching Mind Your Misconceptions. Mind Your Misconceptions is a show where I will personally address common misconceptions about Autism Speaks. I'm not here to convince you to support us or try to win your love.
And it's really weird that when it's disturbing. Oh, hey. Get back here. How did we get here? Okay, we went to facts, and then we, oh yeah, that's right. We had to go to, what were we looking at? Puzzle piece. And then they gave us this video here. I've seen this. I just forgot what she says.
My name is Eileen Lamb, and I'm...
Okay, let's get into it.
One of the biggest misconceptions about Autism Speaks is that we hate autistic people.
One of the biggest misconceptions about that World War II party that exterminated 11 million people, is that what it was that they were hateful people. They weren't hateful. They were trying to help. And we're trying to help right now. Oh, and those people that wore the white sheets in southern United States and did certain things, drugged certain people behind things and unlifed them, they were doing it out of love. They were trying to be helpful. That's ridiculous. Of course not.
Autism.
It's the same thing with this organization. They're, from the very outcome, their the purpose was genocide. Was to exterminate autism, which means if you got rid of this brain in here and put in a different brain or changed my brain so that it was no longer autistic, only then would I be cured from being autistic, and then I would not be who I am. That's the problem with curing autism. The other problem is you've got people like Einstein, Tesla, Turing, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Galileo, Newton. The list goes on and on and on and on of this handful of people that had extraordinary contributions to mankind. They contributed in such a way that billions of people over tens of thousands of years never contributed. It would be a travesty for the autistic mind, therefore, to be eliminated. And that was what the purpose of Autism Speaks was to cure autism, because they considered it a disease, and they did not understand that it was a brain type. Just like when people have different colored hair, we have a different, or we have different tones of skin. I have a different tone of brain. But it is still a normal human brain. It's a perfectly normal autistic brain. It's just a normal thing that has been around for 100,000 years probably.
Speaks does not hate autistic people. That is very untrue. In fact, I am autistic myself, and I'm the director of social media at Autism Speaks, but I'm not the only one. We have many people on our board and working for our organization. One of them actually works.
Okay, she said many of them. Yes, one's on the board, but then she said many of them. I do not believe her for a second. Nope, that does not fly. Yeah, we got autism.
On the Autism Response Team, which is such a great service we offer to the autistic community. It's a free hotline that anybody can call and get answers to whatever they need help with, whether that's resources, finding a place to get a diagnosis, whatever you need help with. Call our Autism Response Team and they will answer. We also have people in public advocacy. So no, we do not hate autistic people, quite the opposite. Another misconception about Autism Speaks is that we believe autistic people are missing a piece. I think this comes from the fact that we used the puzzle piece logo, and some people interpreted the puzzle piece logo to mean that autistic people are missing a piece. That's not at all what we mean. The puzzle piece logo was originally designed for autism, to raise autism awareness in the UK in 1963. On that image, there was the picture of a child crying, which gave the puzzle piece...
Suzanne Wright designed the puzzle piece and made it blue.
A negative connotation, and I think that's where the misconception about the puzzle piece started from. But in the US, it was only at the end of the 1990s that the puzzle piece was used for autism awareness. And a fact that a lot of people don't know about is that...
This is the funniest. When this is all you've got, you're in trouble. Tell me if I'm wrong here. I want to know in the comments. Tell me if I'm wrong. When this is your defense, you might have. She would have been better off never saying a thing.
That in the room, when the puzzle piece was chosen to represent autism, there was an autistic person there. A lot of people.
There was an autistic person in the room when they chose the puzzle piece. But then she kind of switches it and tries to make it sound like an autistic person chose it. But she says it was in the room. And that is very different from being part of. Why didn't she say being part of? Her grasp on English is good enough. She would, and also the fact that somebody is filming her. I don't know if she's doing this herself. Actually, I think this is her house. Yeah, this is her house, I think. And this is probably her desk. That looks like a chair. So I think this is her desk that she's sitting at.
A lot of people don't know about is
and
that
it
in the
is
room, when the puzzle piece
also
was
1080p, which I think she broadcasts a lot higher quality from her house than she does at work.
chosen to represent.
Oh my God, I sound like a stalker. Oh my goodness. I know I've just watched so many of these films. This is a long, this couch is almost as wide as this room is here. It only goes over about another foot to the right. So it's a long, narrow room, and I think the door is sitting off to her left side. There's like a hallway or something there, like a kitchen or another room or something.
And autism.
It's a doorway, I believe.
There was an autistic person there. A lot of people do not know that cool fact about the puzzle piece. When the puzzle piece was chosen to represent autism, there was an autistic person there. A lot of people do not know that cool fact about the puzzle piece. And
there was a janitor there asleep in the corner because he kind of had the pine saw that he had in his cart there weren't no pine saw, I tell you, but it was strong, all right. And it definitely take the paint off for a Camaro like you wouldn't believe. Yeah. So an autistic person was in the room, and so when they chose the puzzle piece,
only
I promise I won't do it again.
Of the 1990s that the puzzle piece was used for autism awareness. And a fact that a lot of people don't know about is that in the room, when the puzzle piece was chosen to represent autism, there was an autistic person there. A lot of people do not know that cool fact about the puzzle piece. And I don't think an autistic person would have chosen the logo to mean that autistic people are missing a piece.
And see, she tried to act like that they were involved with it, which is really weird. She's giving kind of two conflicting stories at the same time there. See,
the puzzle piece. And I don't think an autistic person would have chosen the logo to mean that autistic people are missing a piece.
But if there was only one autistic person, how many people are on the board? What, a dozen? And it doesn't mean that there was a board. So how many people were there? 50? 10? Would their vote have made a difference? If the one autistic person's vote conflicted with everybody else's vote, wouldn't that be wrong or somehow? Why didn't they go to the autistic community? Why do they have a board? Why are not the controlling votes? Say you have 12 or you have 7 and 5 or whatever? 7 autistics, 5 people who aren't, or 6 and 5. 6 autistic people, 5 who aren't, whatever. But you always have the majority being autistic people, no matter what. Why don't you do that? That would make me feel like I had some representation. Now, I know you are going to pick. By the way, I would also see to it that the actually autistic community, not your people, pick the autistic people that would be on that board either. No, you have the actually autistic community vote from the actually autistic community who goes on that board. Then you're going to start getting some credibility. Particularly if you get people like me that are a little bit, well, I'm not hostile towards you, but I have a lot of disagreements. You know, I don't have anything against anybody, and I certainly don't hate anybody. I'm definitely not a hater, not like that. Come on, that's a waste of my damn time. I don't have enough damn energy to hurt anybody anymore. I don't even care. You know, I'm too damn old for that crap.
Another misconception is
Hi,
that
Auntie.
Autism Speaks misuses donations. We don't. In fact, we do a lot for the autism and
So
autism.
when I was on that tirade about the board members being a majority of actually autistic people, not the people that they choose, but actually literally out of the actually autistic community, and we don't know, we'll know the difference. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could go to Twitter, and you know there's the two communities, or communities, two communities, the actually autistic community and then the autism mom community. But you would know the difference. Absolutely. But I think they would start getting a lot of credibility if that board was changed like that. Instead of just a bunch of rich people, CEOs of different corporations. How much you want to bet they're all white men? I bet you if we look up. Okay, I found a new rabbit hole to go down. Board of Directors. We better have pictures. Nope, we're going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this. I guess you would call it manually-ish. Curtis Aldridge. Mariner Investment Group. White guy. Next. Oh, this is going to be so bad. Oh, wait, we have a Judy. We have a Judy. We might have a lady. Okay. Oh, they're going to make me eat my words. I'm going to be wrong. No. Judy better have a beard, darn it. She better have a beard or I just lied. Images maybe? Judy Singer. Who's this? Who is it? Okay. We're going to try to get rid of Speaks and see if we can get... Spark! I hope this is not Spark. Okay, thank goodness. Woo! And we don't have a picture. Okay, we're going to say it's a white woman. Right? Maybe a white woman? I don't know who Judy is, so we're going to say she's a female. We got a female on board. But they didn't give us a picture on the Wesley College at Harvard. She co-founded, chairman, an institution. An institution renowned. She co-founded and served as chairman council alumni for Social Case. Copy. So we're going to go Judy what was it? Bernadette? Berndetti? Berndetti. I bet. Let's see. Okay. No. Is this Judy? I think we found Judy. No, it's Laura. Ah. Can't find her. What a bummer. Okay, so we're Tom Bernard, that is a white dude. I'm pretty sure Tom Bernard is. Oh, come on, no picture? We want to see a picture. Okay, there he is, white dude. Sony Pictures Classic. Extreme Sports Camp. Carbondale, Colorado. That must be on the western slope because I don't know it. Or way up north. Okay, so Tom Bernard, Extreme Sports Camp. Oops. Camp. There he is, white guy. White guy. Okay. We're going down the list. Scott R. Carpenter. Could he be a white guy? Wait, is this that same dude? Oh, okay. Savor Street Foods. So we're just going to copy all of this here. How much you want to bet this is a white guy? I was wrong though because one of these is not a white guy. That lady I think is not a white guy. That Judy's probably not a white dude. I'm just saying. Could be wrong. There's Scott Carpenter, I bet. Yeah, I don't recognize him. There he is again. Baking business. Ryan McFadden Scott. Photo, right? Scott Carpenter. White guy. Yep, white guy. Wow, I'm on a roll here. How could I possibly... Oh, there's a girl! Well, we're going to say it's a girl. So far, everybody's white, though. Oh, there she is. Is she a white girl? Come on, let's go bigger. Hispanic-ish or something. She's not white, I don't think. I don't think she's white. She's pretty. Boy, she's a real pretty lady, but no, she's not white. Okay, I am wrong. She looks like she is perhaps like Persian-ish. Oh, whatever from that, but boy, she's a really Maybe Hispanic. It's so hard to tell. She looks, yeah, maybe Hispanic. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. Caserta. So Caserta. So I'm gonna guess that Caserta is a Hispanic name. So I'm gonna call her Hispanic. So we got one Hispanic female. Okay, this is cool. This is so way better than I ever. A Laurie. Is this a Laurie? Okay, it's a she. Oh wait, they might tell if it's Judy's a girl. She, yes. Judy is a girl. So we got 3 females. 3 ladies. Lori Chern? I don't think we're going to get a picture of her. I bet you money we are not going to get a picture of her. No, I want Cern. Lori Chern. Hopefully we do. Oh, maybe she's... No, I didn't say anything about her being a doctor, I don't think, did it? She said she got like a master's or something. No, it doesn't say anything about PhD. Yeah, I'm getting this doctor here. Okay, well, we don't know on that one. At least we have another lady. Barry R. Farstein? White guy. Member board at Autism Speaks. Dr. M. Danielle Fallon. Another lady? Wow. Wow, another lady. I am so impressed. This is so cool. Is she white? I bet she's white. I'm going to be proven so wrong. Like that one lady was Hispanic, so that's cool. Okay, what's her bio? Yeah, she is a doctor, so we got the right person here. White. White enough. Adam Frazier. Sounds pretty white to me. You sound white to me. I know somebody's gonna like cut this up and everything and be like, man, is this another guy? Oh, another white guy? No, really. It doesn't say anything about being a baseball player. Oxford. What's he doing at Oxford? Vice President, Oxford Properties. Copy. Is it Tyler? Interesting. No picture. Okay, I'm not seeing a picture of this. Unless it's this guy here. Okay, don't have a picture of Adam Fraser. So I don't know what is, can't guess his Thomas Fraser's the second. Chairman, Autism Speaks. Okay. Oops. Well, I think we're going to be able to get his picture because it's like a professor somewhere. No picture. There he is, white guy. Mr. Giles. Could he be a white guy? White guy. Yeah, Chief Financial Officer, Executive Vice President of Finance, and this was like some kind of finance thing. Financial Chief Officer, Vice President of Finance, Information Technology Stores. So, white guy. Darren Good. How in the hell do they get all these people together from all over the country? Do they fly them in, or do they do phone calls? What do they do? White guy. Modern Age Healthcare Company. Right. Yeah, Autism Speaks. You got the thing there. Brian L. Harper. Oh my goodness gracious. This is going to take all night long. They got a lot of people on this board. That's for sure. Like way too many people on this board. And particularly that have this many people and okay, white guy, Autism Speaks. Right there. Matthew Higgins. He couldn't be a white guy, could he? There's no way that Matthew Higgins is also going to be a white guy too. White guy.
Higgins, I'm the CEO of RSE Ventures, a consumer portfolio.
RSE Ventures. Adrian M. Jones. Adrian was my father's name. Wait, this isn't Kent State. Oh, cool. Chairman, wait, up. Okay, let's do it this way. So that we get the right dude for sure. Maybe that is a dude. White guy. Oh, come on. Really? New Jersey, United States. Managing Director at Goldman Sachs, New York. Well, I don't think this is the same dude. I think this is a different dude. No picture. This will give us a picture. I did not do this. I swear I did not do this. White guy. Tim Jones. Oh my God, how many more do we have? Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to stop doing it. I am going to totally stop doing this. Wow. There are a lot of people. Here's a Cheryl. A Steven Stanbrook. Stephen Shore. Jennifer. At least they have some ladies on there. But I don't know. It just does not represent autistic people. That's the problem here. Right? Alright. I need to take a quick break here. I will be right back. I'll I'll be right back with you. I've been going 7.5 hours now. All right. I am sort of back. Sort of. All right. So let's. We could do a live stream of a live stream. How about that? Let's see if anything comes up for Autism Speaks. I'm looking for something recent, like maybe today. Oh boy, let's see what happens here.
Downy makes clothes softer.
This is not going to be good,
and better.
Folks.
We breathe life into your laundry.
I appreciate you
Old
folks.
Spice rescue crews save millions of innocent dudelings from flat,
right
dry,
there
and
on,
dull-looking hair. Years of using hair care
YouTube.
products not designed for.
February is the month when John Cruz wins his trophies, but every year in April he is a superstar.
So right off the bat, what do we got? We got puzzle pieces. So we know this is probably not going to go well.
A trophy winner in many ways.
You folks right in on YouTube, please say hello to me. I really do appreciate knowing who you are. Auntie Christian, I don't blame you for taking off. I would have too. I up and left. I had to. I had stuff I had to do. I've been sitting here for 7.5 hours.
And John, welcome and appreciate you joining us. April's a big month for you, not just for competition-wise on the Elite Series. It is a good month.
I'll
for
get back
fishing,
on camera here in a
It's
sec.
the month where we
Well,
celebrate
not a
and
sec, a little
honor
bit.
and bring awareness to Autism Awareness Month, and that's something that you really have been pushing for the longest time now that I can remember.
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it, and that's what I love about Bassmaster. It gives us anglers the platform to talk about a lot of good things and to try to do some good things, like talking about autism awareness, raising funds for autism. And this campaign, it's been going on now for, I guess at least 12 or 14 years. I had a buddy of mine that was really trying to get the autism, he's, diehard bass fisherman, really trying to get the word out there. And so I helped him, kind of carry that banner with Bassmaster. And by doing that,
So it doesn't look like this is dealing
my eyes.
really with
As soon as I
Autism
started
Speaks
talking about it,
directly.
people would come out of the wood.
So, Autism Speaks, quote, behaviors. Oh, that's me. Yeah, no wonder. How funny. It knows where you live.
I am autism. I'm visible in your children, but if I can help it, I am invisible to you until it's too late.
I am invisible to your older brother till it's too late. He's not autistic.
I know where you live. And guess what? I live there too.
Okay, I'm not finding anything related to, Autism Speaks. That's kind of disappointing. That's interesting. Actually, that's really nice that we're not getting much on Autism Speaks. That really is nice. Let's see what
So I
what
can take all
the
these
ASCII
trips
world
because
has to say
Priceline
about
has all
this.
these amazing deals. And that's when I said, deal!
And on your right is our Infinity Deal Pool.
I can't remember this guy's name. I don't know why I cannot remember his name at all.
Priceline.
It's bugging
If
the
there's
heck out
anything
of
better
me.
than getting
Ah,
a
this
go-to
is so
order from
annoying. Come on,
McDonald's.
stop. I'm not paying.
So it's World Autism Awareness Week.
All right, here we go.
Acceptance Week. Understanding we will Autism Week. All right, let's get into it. Guys, what is going on? Welcome back to the Ask Me World. Where do I start?
Howdy!
The video is kind of like one of those long and edited.
Good to see ya.
This is what I'm thinking about, kind of videos, right? And I thought a lot about this because
who's on TikTok right now?
It's April,
just out of curiosity.
April 2024, which means it's World Autism Acceptance Week, right? And even that, right?
I've got 2 people that have been watching on
World
YouTube.
Autism Awareness Week, and I get it. People say like, oh, everybody's aware of autism now, but they don't always accept it. I'm like, okay, well, if people don't accept autism, that's their beef, that's their issue. What we really need to be doing is getting people educated on it, right? And it gets to me, okay, because all I see, like literally all I see, is hundreds and hundreds of
autism awareness
influencers. Like, I know I'm an influencer, right? Okay, so I have a YouTube channel, and this is my job, and like I do all these things for autism awareness. Like, I love helping and gaining understanding on a global scale of autism and the intricacies of those. That's my job, it's my due diligence, it's my mission in life is to help you as autistic people, as autistic community, right? But I see people within the community bitching, moaning, complaining, negative. Like, it's unbelievable. Because you people are like, this is what you should say on World Autism Awareness Week. It's Acceptance Week, and this is what you need to do. It's a
not talking about me.
It's people who have autism, not with autism or have autism. It's an autistic person. All this kind of first person language. When we start dictating,
I do get hung up on first person language, but only when it's in regard to Autism Speaks. I don't think they should ever say with autism because of their history. They make it sound like a disease, and I think it's very disrespectful. I think anybody else can say whatever they want to, but due to their history, it's not acceptable at all.
What we actually are doing is we're being very narcissistic, or we're being kind of like, I don't know, people say, oh, well, narcissism could be potentially autism, but it's coming across as narcissism. No. There's a massive difference between narcissism and autism. And some of those differences are like, an autistic person will do the things and be knowing that they're behaving those ways, but a narcissist will do things in a way to control the situation, to implement their ideas across the board, right? And that, to me, is the definition of what's going on here. We have these so-called influencers, which are people who they just got a really big voice, right? And they're just shouting the loudest. It doesn't mean that they're better at anything than anybody else. And also, they're changing the narrative. I've seen a lot of this kind of weird, like, dangerous stuff where they're like, oh, we're not going to call it autism anymore, and autism not a disability, and you can't call it. I've got dry skin on my nose, guys. I can see it in the corner of my eye. It's like, bah. Anyway, if you can see the dry skin, I'm sorry. I've been doing a lot of facial treatment and stuff. Anyway, just to make sure my skin stays fresh and healthy, you gotta take care of yourself. But you know what I mean? Like, they're changing the narrative. They're like, you can't say autism is a disability. Well, it is a disability. It's debilitating. It debilitates people daily. Sometimes my life has been so difficult with autism. I sometimes think that if I unalived or if I wasn't here, then things would be easier, right? And that's difficult to talk about, difficult to say, difficult to admit, but it happens, right? But it's something that is apparent. It's apparent because, autistic people don't just think it's a breeze. Kind of like on the same, which one is it? Like people are like, autism not a disability, and then they say, oh, autism not a superpower. It's like, okay, well, it's not a superpower, but it could be. There's certain parts of it that are superpower or superistic, like, my ability to digest information and retain that information and recall it later at date, long, massive pieces of information. Like, that's kind of like, a power that not neurotypical people could have. But I don't think autism in general is a superpower. I don't think there's anything super about having those neurological difficulties, right, and disabling disabilities. But there are profound differences, right? You have people on the autism spectrum who can't, verbally speak, who can't, change themselves, can't use the bathroom on their own. I know loads of people like this. And me as an autistic person, I get kind of like imposter syndrome about this quite a bit, thinking like, oh, I've got a diagnosis that's similar to this other person, and they have way higher support needs than me, and that's okay. Like, it's okay to feel like that, and it's okay to feel kind of like, oh man, but I still have my own issues, right? And not on the scale this person does, but I do have my own issues, and actually my scale of other issues could be greater than theirs, right? And that's okay, but we should never forget those people. Those people are autistic people. That's exactly why I started this channel, a voice for people who don't have a voice, right? Making autism less lonely. My entire brand now is about making autism less lonely. That's what I'm trying to do, because there's so many lonely people on the autism spectrum. We're going to get even more lonely if we start segregating each other, because people say, don't support Autism Speaks, right? Don't light it up blue, don't light it up yellow, light up gold and red instead. And oh my god, oh, it's a colour. what are you physically doing to help, right? Going online and telling a mum who's spent the last 3 years as part of her local Autism Speaks group, right, and raised over $1,000 for their local autism club to buy iPads for the kids who are underprivileged and didn't have access to iPads, but now they can, and now they have a voice. Don't come at me. Don't come at anybody telling them that they're wrong for supporting Autism Speaks in that manner. You know what I mean? Like, that's just stupid. Like, you know, Autism Speaks have a shady past, yes, and they have shady history, and they've got all this kind of weird stuff going on. We're going to get to them. Not in this video. I'm going to do a video all about it. And I'm no way in shape or form saying that I'm an Autism Speaks supporter right now. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like,
the problem is they're not doing that.
Mums of autistic kids, and this is another thing.
The problem is they're not doing that right now. They are. Well, they could be doing things like that every once in a while. That is not what they're doing. That's not what they're about. They're about getting rich. And that is it. That is absolutely it.
Use this day to bash other autistic people, like, oh, you know, you can't use the term Asperger's, and oh no, your information is toxic or poisonous. No, dudes, like, it.
This is Lumen, the first device for.
Uh-oh.
Well, this is why I didn't put information out on World Autism Wednesday. What I did instead is this video, which I'll try and kind of put a snippet in here. I put it on Instagram and TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube, just saying, like, hey, it's World Autism Acceptance Day, or whatever, or World Autism Day. You know, rather than me tell you about autism, ask me questions. How can I help you? How can I serve you? You guys are my audience. You guys are, you know, this is my community. This is my tribe. Like, I want to hang out with you guys, you know, and like, this is my autistic empire, you know, like, I'm big up to the autistic empire, woo, you know, like, and it annoys me because changing narratives, like saying that, like, you know, like, you can't say with autism or has autism, or, you know, have to use autistic person. You don't have to do shit. You can do whatever you.
Okay, he's gonna just keep on kind of going on. I do remember, and he just got. This is a very good video, I'm sure. Autism Awareness Walk. Boycott. I put boycott Autism Speaks just to see what it says. This looks like that same place where Amethyst was in that one video. Oh! Oh, I didn't know that. Wait a minute. Wait, whoa. That's Amethyst? Amethyst is in a wheelchair. I did not know that she was, like, physically disabled. Okay. Or, I mean, she might have EDS or something like that, too. There's no telling. And that wheelchair does not look... That looks like a recreation wheelchair, or one that was pulled out of a home or something like that. It doesn't really look like it's fit to her, necessarily. Looks pretty generic, so I'm guessing that she has Ehlers-Danlos or POTS or something like that. Now this hat here is I'm kind of curious about that. She might just have that because of this brum here, because she's autistic. See how it's shading her eyes here a little bit? Not this one all the way, but...
So I guess that was it, because and this will be disheartening for Autism Speaks apologists, but heartening for the autistic community. There was a surprisingly meager turnout for the walk today. There was like twice the amount of people we had last year for the protest, so that's awesome to see, all these cool autistic people. But yeah, not very many Autism Speaks supporters, which is great to see.
No, it could be Ehlers-Danlos too, or POTS. I would say more likely say POTS, but I don't know how cool it is out here. But it looks like some people are wearing shorts.
Because they're also having less corporate sponsorship and less people are
So
donating.
she might just have temperature regulation issues too.
In general. So I think that we need to just keep doing what we're doing because our voices are getting out there and the attitude is changing and people are less and less impressed with Autism Speaks brand of ableism. And I'm really excited for it and I'm looking forward to pushing onwards and watching them fall down.
This is 8 years ago. Yeah, she kind of fell off the face of the earth. I don't know what happened to Amethyst, and she never did say on her channel. She just stopped making videos. Autism Speaks is the enemy. Whoa.
I'm an autistic person. I am speaking. Listen. I'm not a puzzle piece. I'm not an epidemic, a disease, or a burden. I'm not broken. I'm not missing. I'm not something to exploit for money. I don't need to be cured.
Can you hear me now? Because it looks like you should be able to hear me. I think I had my my mic muted for a minute. Yeah.
Because there's nothing wrong with me.
Really?
Autism Speaks exploits and dehumanizes me for its own.
That's interesting. All right. You know what? I'm going to back out of here, and then I'll come right back in and see if I can get everything working right. All right. And I've been on here for 8 hours, so I'll just pop off, and I'll pop right back on. Thank you so much.